on the recordings, please.
We'll wait for William to confirm, Chair, and then we'll
Yeah.
be good to go. Thank you.
Chair, to make it a little bit easier, I have apologies from Councillor Jim McNally. And Councillor Simon Harwood has got something to sort out with his family, and he'll be about 10-15 minutes late joining, but he will be joining.
Okay, thank you.
I also, Chair, add that Helen Oliver has sent her apologies.
And Helen, right.
Yeah.
Have you got all of that, Matthew, as well?
Yes, thank you, Chair.
Yeah, we're now live.
Thank you very much. Okay. I just realised this is my last full council meeting I'll be chairing, actually. Yes. Something else. Welcome to this virtual council meeting. It's being conducted with members and officers at various locations, communicating via audio, video, and online. There is also an opportunity for the public to press to listen and to view proceedings. Before I begin, meeting starts, I would like to invite the committee members and scrutiny manager to explain how the proceedings will work and to take on the roll call to confirm that members, officers, and registered speakers are in attendance. Matthew?
Thank you very much, Chair. And please note that the meeting is being streamed live onto YouTube and recorded via Zoom. I'm just going to undertake a roll call. Councillor Albert?
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Allen?
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Aspinwall?
Yep, I'm here.
Thank you. Councillor Barnard?
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Claire Billing?
I am here.
Thank you. Councillor Judy Billing?
I'm here too.
Thank you. Has Councillor Bishop joined? No. Yeah, okay. Councillor Brown?
Present.
Thank you. Councillor Bryant?
Present.
Thank you. Councillor Clark?
Present.
Thank you. Councillor Collins?
Hello.
Thank you. Councillor Davies?
Present.
Thank you. Councillor Deakin Davies, is he present? No. Councillor Dennis Harburg?
Here.
Thank you. Councillor Derbyshire? Councillor Frost?
Present.
Thank you. Councillor Green?
Present.
Thank you. Councillor Grindle?
Yep.
Thank you. And Councillor Harwood is running late. Councillor Hone?
Present.
Thank you. Councillor Hoskins is also running late. Councillor Houston?
Yeah.
Thank you. Councillor Hunter?
Present.
Thank you. Councillor Jarvis?
I'm here.
Thank you. Councillor Levitt?
Present.
Thank you. Councillor Mantle?
Present.
Thank you. Apologies were received from Councillor McNally. Councillor Moody?
I'm here.
Thank you. Councillor Morris?
Yes, I'm here.
Thank you. Councillor Muir?
Present.
Thank you. Councillor Nash?
Present.
Councillor Nguala?
Present.
Thank you. Councillor North?
I'm here.
Thank you. Apologies were received from Councillor Oliver and Councillor Prendergast. Councillor Rice?
Yes, I'm present.
Thank you. Councillor Ruggiero Chaka?
Present.
Thank you. Is Councillor Shanley here? Councillor Stanya?
Present.
Thank you. Councillor Steers Hanscom?
Present.
Thank you. Councillor Strong?
Present.
Thank you. Councillor Tart?
Yes, I'm here.
Thank you. Councillor Thake?
Yes, I'm here.
Thank you. Councillor Tyler?
Present.
Thank you. Councillor Tyson?
Yes, I'm here.
And Councillor Weeks?
Present.
Thank you. That's all the members. In terms of officers, Anthony Roach?
Yeah, present.
Thank you. Jeanette Thompson?
Yes, present. Thank you.
Thank you. Ian Cooper?
Present.
Thank you. Hilary Deneen?
Present.
Thank you. And William Edwards is on IT. That's the roll call completed. I'll just go through the normal introductory bits. Extracts from the remote/partly remote meetings protocol are included with the agenda, and the full version is available on the council's website, which includes information regarding live streaming, noise interference, rules of debate, voting and part 2 items. For this evening, I just want to make you aware that voting will be conducted via the raise hand function. In the case of a recorded vote, I will do that by roll call. Are there any questions before we start? No, thank you. I'll hand back to the chair. Thanks.
Thank you, Matthew. We've already gone through the apologies for absence. Is there anything else to be added to what we already discovered?
Yeah, Chair, Councillor Prendergast sent his apologies. I think we missed that one.
Oh, I think that was actually
I
trapped.
think I missed that one then.
Sorry, you are muted at the moment.
Matthew, John Bishop is now with us.
Thank you. Councillor Bishop, can you confirm that you can hear me and we can hear you?
Yes, I can hear you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Bishop. Okay, over to you, Chair.
Thank you, Richard.
Okay, Matthew. So we're okay with we've trapped everything about apologies for absence and also apologies for being going to be a bit late. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. I'll move on to item 3 then of the agenda, which is the minutes from the 21st of January to and the 11th of February. Since the beginning of March 2020, when we started to hold meetings remotely, we've been unable to approve minutes of meetings. We are now able to approve these minutes with electronic signatures of the chair being applied for approval. There are 2 sets of minutes, the 21st of January and the 11th of February. I would like to propose that we take these as read and approved and true record of the minutes of the meeting of the council on those particular dates. Can I have a seconder?
Seconded.
Thank you, Val. Any comments from anybody about the minutes from the last 2 meetings? No? Okay. In that case, we just need to, I've got to take us into a vote for the minutes are an accurate record of our 2 meetings. Matthew, I can ask you to take us through the vote, please.
Yes, thank you, Chair. So if you'd like to vote for the minutes, please use the blue hand now. Okay, that's fine. That's carried, Chair.
Fantastic, thank you. I authorise the committee member and the scrutiny manager officer to apply my electronic signature and initials to approve those meetings, those minutes. Item 4, notification of other business. I've agreed to an urgent item of business to be considered in part 2 this evening regarding the Letchworth Garden City Heritage Foundation, just to let you know. Moving on to item 5, the chair's announcements. Of course, we are all aware of the passing of the Royal Highness, Duke of Edinburgh, his Prince Philip. Following the announcement that His Royal Highness, the Prince Philip, Duke of Edinburgh, passed away on the 9th of April 2021, in line with the national mourning guidelines, the Union flag is being flown at half-mast on all our buildings. And I'd like you to join me in a minute's silence for the Duke. Starting now. Thank you. We also have had more sad news regarding losing members of staff. The first one I'd like to talk about to address is passing of Richard Tiffin. The members of the officers are aware of the sudden passing of Richard Tiffin, the principal planning officer, on the 20th of January, and he was only aged 57. Richard was a long-standing and well-known friend and colleague to many, whether through his work first in planning, policy, and then development management, or in his role as Unison or lunchtime football. He will be sorely missed. The planning department was inundated with messages, support from within and outside the authority, which is a testament to Richard's character and the professional and personal impact he had on all those he met. Richard stated with his NHDC on the started on NHDC on the 10th of July 1989 before taking a short break in the early 1995 to take up a position as a lecturer at the De Montfort University before rejoining the council. His most recent role in NHDC was the team leader for the East team in development management. He was an excellent line manager who supported his colleagues during challenging times, and particularly over the last year when people needed extra support. His contribution as a planning professional at the NHDC was second to none in terms of his creative thinking, problem solving, and encouragement and support to his colleagues. He will be sorely missed with his team and across the council as a whole. Our thoughts are with his wife, Catherine, and his son, Bradley. Can I invite the councillors, Martin Steers-Hanscom, to speak?
Yes, thank you very much, Chair. Can I endorse those sentiments and that you've just expressed and extend my condolences to Richard's family. I remember Richard many years ago, it must have been in the 1990s when I first met him. At that time, I was a member of the planning committee, and as a member of that committee, Richard was very clearly an effective professional supporting the committee, and always very interesting to talk to. I remember many conversations with great memories from that time. Over many years, Richard continues to be a great asset to the council, and it's clear from what's been said by colleagues how much they miss him. And I know that is echoed by previous and current members of the planning committee. We all miss him too. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Martin. Would anybody else like to say a few words regarding Richard? I've got 2 hands up, 3 hands up. Okay, Councillor Michael Muir. Councillor Muir, do you want to say something?
Michael, you're muted.
Sorry, I wanted to say that Val Shanley is trying to get in. He phoned me earlier on for the details to get on. As far as Richard, I had great admiration for Richard. He was a keen mountaineer as I was, and we had many talks on that. I think I can echo what Martin Steers-Hanscom said. He was a true professional, and he certainly trained the staff on the East committee or members of the planning group. He will be sorely missed. His sense of humour was second to none as well. And for his wife and son, he will be sorely missed by them as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Councillor Levitt.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I worked with Richard for a long time, both as portfolio holder and with my time before portfolio and after as on the planning committee. Richard was always very professional, very, very knowledgeable man, knew the planning process inside out, always dealt with everything fairly. And he always appeared to be a very fit man as well, with his mountaineering and football and other bits and pieces. And I think he will be, I think the news to the planning department and his colleagues was a great shock, and it was to us all, and he will be really sorely missed. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, David. Councillor Paul Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, I'm going to echo all the sentiments that have been said. He will be missed. He was the consummate professional. You listened to his opinions because he made sure you did listen. Woe betide you if you didn't. but that was a credit to the man. It was always professional, straightforward, no nonsense. The department itself is poorer for his loss of experience, as is the district. So condolences to his family, who will obviously miss him more.
Thank you, Paul. Councillor Morris.
Thank you, Chairman. Richard actually worked in my area, which is east of the district, and I probably saw more of him than any other officer. He, as everybody said, very professional, very conscientious. We disagreed about all sorts of things, but we were always, I felt, good friends, and certainly it was a terrible shock to me, as I think it was to everybody, and he certainly will be missed by me. Great pity and a tragedy. A lovely, lovely man. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Gerald. I'd like to reiterate those sentiments, because I was chairing the Planning Control Committee last civic year, and yes, he was definitely be sorely missed. Can I ask you to join me for a minute's silence for Richard, starting now? Thank you. As we can see from the pictures that we are now going to be addressing the passing of Chris Parker. It was great sadness that I announced the passing of a former councillor, Chris Parker, who served the district council as a district councillor in the ward of Hitchin-Walsworth in 1984 to 1992, having been elected on behalf of the Ratepayers Party. In his role as councillor, Chris sat on numerous committees, including the Hitching Area Committee, Development Services Committee, Environment, Health and Control Committee, and Museums Services Subcommittee. In 2019, Chris was awarded the Judges Special Recognition Award at the NHDC Chairs Volunteers Award for his dedication to supporting his local community. Would any colleagues like to say anything regarding Chris? Councillor Julie Billing.
Thank you, Chair. I served on the council with Chris. I disagreed profoundly with most of the basis of the Ratepayer Party, of which he was a member, except that I think he was one of those people who wanted to be part of the community and public service rather than a particular commitment to a strong ethos. We worked together for years and years and years and years, both at the time and since. But the thing I most remember that Chris did and needs kind of remembering, I think, from all of us for a very long time, is that at a time when the council had decided to probably dispose, can you imagine this, of Hitchin Town Hall as an asset of the council and allow it to be sold off as a bar or something. It was ghastly at the time, early 2000s. He made a complete nuisance of himself in order to get the building listed so that this couldn't happen. And he caused all sorts of waves, all sorts of trouble, was muttered about under people's breaths. And it was the finest thing I think that he ever did. I was sad that this wasn't referred to at his funeral the other day. So I wanted to mark it somehow and somewhere. So thank you, Chair, for giving me that opportunity.
Thank you, Judy. Yes, so this, yeah, an actual saviour of the Hitchin Town Hall, really. Yes, fantastic. Moving on to, I was going, sorry, I should say we should hold another minute silence for Chris. I was intending to join them both together. Unfortunately, I didn't quite do that. If you bear with me, I think Chris does deserve a minute silence. So please, can we have a minute silence from now? Thank you, councillors. Moving on to much brighter things, Karen Pulham, a 25-year-long service award. Karen started with NHDC as a word processor operator. After a short while, she was seconded to the accountancy to cover maternity leave and was successful in her application for the assistant management accountant role, covering performance, which included the very first local performance plan, council tax and fundamental service reviews. The team was later merged with admin and became the management support unit for finance and regulatory services, covering a variety of work, including HR for the directorate. Being HR officer for the directorate gave Karen the most contact with everybody in the council. In 2005, she took maternity leave, and while on maternity leave, the MSU was centralized and Karen became the technical assistant to the Director of Finance, working closely with Norma Atley until her retirement. Karen is now a valued member of the Controls, Risk and Performance team in her role as accounting technician, technical, and is responsible for a variety of areas, including compliance and VAT. I would like to propose that the council place on record its sincere thanks and appreciation to Karen Pulham for her long and valued service to local government. Could I have a seconder, please?
Seconded.
Thank you, Val. Can I invite Councillor Martin Steers-Hankin to speak?
Thank you very much, Chair. It's always a great privilege to recognise long service, and I know from the details that you read out that Karen's long service has been a great benefit to the council in her various roles, and you know that certainly recognised. But in addition to that, listening to her final role, it does give me a particular affinity with her, as my last day job before I took retirement was an accounting technician. The mention of VAT brings back particular memories for me. But that aside, we do owe a great debt of gratitude to those of our staff who've worked for us for a long time. And so particularly to Karen, and many of us know her, thank you very much for that service. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Martin. Would any other councillors like to speak? I've got no hands raised. Can I just take us to the vote? Matthew, can you take us to the vote, please?
Yes, sure, Chair. So if members would like to use the blue hand to vote for this. Thank you, Chair. That is carried.
Thank you, Matthew. Audio recording. In accordance with the council's policy, this meeting is being audio recorded as well as filmed. The audio recordings will be available to view on mod.gov and the film recording via NHDC YouTube channel. Moving on to climate emergency, members are reminded that the council has declared a climate emergency. This is a serious decision and means that, as it is an emergency, all of us, officers and members, have that in mind, that we carry out our various roles and tasks for the benefit of our district. Moving on to declarations of interest. Members are reminded to make declarations of interest before an item. The detailed reminder about this and speaking rights is set out in the chair's announcements on the agenda. And we'll move on to rules of debate. Please can I remind you that the normal procedure rules in respect to debate and times will apply. To speak will apply. No speeches may be made after the mover has moved a proposal and explained the purpose of it until the motion has been seconded. When seconded a motion or amendment, a member may reserve their right to speak until later in the debate. In accordance with the Constitution, please can members ensure that no speeches exceed 5 minutes without my express consent. Moving on to the next item is that it's about comfort break. We're not sure how long the meeting is going to go on for, but if it goes on after 9, then around about 9 o'clock at appropriate time, I'll be calling a comfort break for 5 or 10 minutes, depending on the vote, what you want, but probably at least 5 minutes. And item 10, the Letchworth Garden City Heritage Foundation. The Letchworth Garden City Heritage Foundation will be joining the meeting. However, they are unable to join us until 8 p.m. Therefore, in order of the business for tonight we may need to amend the order of business for tonight to ensure that the urgent item of business is heard as soon as the Heritage Foundation is available. So just to give you a warning, we may shuffle the agenda accordingly. Number 6, public participation. This evening we have no public participation. Item 7 is items referred from other committees. We have a referral from the Standards Committee, the 3rd of March 2020, Local Government Association Model Code of Conduct. Can I call upon Councillor Julie Billing to present and propose, please?
Yes, I'm happy to do so. Thank you, Chair. And I'll try not to make heavy work of this, and I hope that nobody else will either, because codes of conduct are a complex business if you really want to debate them for a long time. But I'm here really to tell you that the Standards Committee and the LGA have both done a fantastic amount of work on this already, particularly helped, as we always are in standards matters, by our phenomenal team now of independent members who I don't exactly know what a fine-tooth comb's for, but they go through things with one of those and discuss it at enormous length that I sometimes find it hard to keep up with. So I hope the referral's clear, but I want to just draw attention to 1 or 2 things that the Standards Committee took into account when making these recommendations on the code, its adoption date and training for the future. And these are that there had been a mixed reaction across the country to the idea of a common code of conduct, with a balance of those who wanted to adopt and those who didn't for various reasons. We felt that district-wide there was support from local councils, from parish and town councils, as well as ourselves, of course, to take forward the LGA model, and that if adopted, it would provide better uniformity across our area. And that's one of the issues that's always been a little bit complicated to manage with some of the many cases that we look at over the years, which do concern town and parish councils. We didn't think it was a perfect code. I myself am, and you might have heard me say some of this before, quite critical of the way standards in public life have been let diminish a bit since the abolition of the Standards Board for England under about 3 governments ago now. It was that nice Mr. Eric Pickles, who some of us remember, who's actually been in the news today, who decided that we didn't need a standards board. And given the work it's been doing today, he may very well, I think, have changed his mind on that, certainly as it applies to Parliament. But although it's not perfect, we did feel it was worth recommending for adoption. as it was part of the LGA package of guidance, supporting material and regular reviews, which will provide for a greater consistency of national approach, which would help us locally as well. We felt that it would be good, if we possibly can, with your agreement, to have a new code to start the new municipal year, with training provided to all members, and hence the recommendation for when it should start. If this is adopted, we hope that there will be compulsory training, and reassurance has been provided by officers that a pragmatic and proactive approach will be undertaken to achieve this full member training as soon as possible in the new civic year. I don't think I need to add anything else. If there are technical detail questions, either I or Jeanette Thompson will answer them. But I do ask you to agree the recommendations from the Standards Committee.
Thank you, Judy. Can I have a seconder, please?
Yes, I would like to second the motion that we adopt these standards and reserve my right to speak. Thank you.
Thank you, Ruth. Right, and we're moving to debate here. I've got Councillor Strong, his hands up.
Yes, Chairman. First thing, I actually wanted to make sure that committee services had noted that Councillor Derbyshire and Councillor Harwood had arrived before this item started.
Yes, Chair, and Councillor Strong, that was noted.
Okay,
Great.
just on that. And
Great.
secondly, yes, I do sit on the standards board, and I do totally agree with the referral that has come to council, and also on the fact that the training should be for all members of the council. I think it's very important that we always do have the training that we need to be able to do the representation that we are elected to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Claire. Councillor David Levitt.
Thank you, Chair. Like Councillor Strong, happy to endorse the recommendations there, and also sit on the standard boards, and do welcome this as to providing some more overall consistency than we have had at present. There's sometimes said there's never one rule for all, but and when it comes to standards of behaviour in public life, it's one of the few exceptions when I believe that there should be. So happy to endorse the recommendations, Chairman.
Thank you, David. Councillor Michael Muir.
Thank you, Chair. Will that training also be rolled out to parish councils? Because we have had them trained before when I was on the Standards Committee, and seeing a lot of complaints are from parish councils or town councils. I think it's most seriously we should consider their training as well.
We have a response to that? Is that included?
I'm happy to respond to that. It seems to me that absolutely perfectly sensible that it will be offered to the parish councils, but I don't think that we're in a position legally to make it compulsory for them. But by my goodness, we can tell them how important it is.
Thank you. Would anybody else like to speak in the debate? I've got no hands raised at this point. Okay, in that case, Matthew, can you take us to the vote, please?
Sure, Chair, thank you. If members would like to use their blue hand if they would like to vote for this, for these recommendations. Just checking that's everyone voted. Yes, that's everyone's voted, so that's carried, Chair.
Thank you, Matthew. All right, but moving on to 7A, the exclusion of press and the public. Propose the following resolution that under section 100A of the Local Government Act 1972, the press and the public be excluded from the meeting on the grounds that the following report involves the likely disclosure of exempt information as defined in paragraph 3 of part 1 of schedule 12A of the said act as amended. Could I have a seconder, please?
Seconded.
Thank you, Val.
Before you go into part two, would you like to acknowledge that Chris and sorry, my mind's gone black, have arrived. Thank you.
They have.
Graham and Chris.
Oh, hi, welcome, Graham and Chris.
Good evening.
Okay, welcome, and we look forward to speaking to you very shortly. We've had a seconder for going into part two. I just need
Mantle's got his hand up, Chairman.
Oh, thank you, Councillor Mantle. Sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I must admit, I looked through the Act very carefully, and I cannot see what the reason is why this item is a part two item. Could somebody please explain which of the provisions of the relevant Act apply in this case? Because I couldn't find them.
If I could ask Jeanette to address that, if that's possible. Or
it's confidential to the organisation because they haven't commenced the consultation at this stage, but the managing director may want to add to that.
And perhaps under part two might be the best place to discuss that.
Okay, so we will move to part two. Hopefully it become clear for Councillor Mantle why when we move into part two. Can I ask Matthew to take the vote to take us into part two that we all agreed that we're going to?
Well, thank you, Chair. Members could do the usual. Thank you.
You will now receive an invitation to a breakout room and you'll need to accept it. Matthew, can I ask you to conduct a roll call, please?
Yes, sure. Thank you, Chair. Councillor Albert.
Yep.
Thank you. Councillor Allen.
Present.
Thank you. Aspinwall.
Yep, I'm here.
Thank you. Barnard. No. Barnard.
Only 46.
Okay. Claire Billing.
I'm here.
Thank you. Judy Billing.
I'm here. Sorry, I was muted.
That's okay. John Bishop.
Yes.
Thank you. Ruth Brown.
Present.
Thank you. Bryant.
Present.
Thank you. Clark.
Present.
Thank you. Collins.
Hello, I'm getting some interference here. I'm not sure where it's
Yes.
coming from.
Yeah, if members could mute themselves once they've finished. Thank you. Councillor Davies.
Can you everybody put their microphones on mute, please?
Yeah, thank you. Davies.
Yeah.
Thank you. Deacon Davies absent. Dennis Harburg.
Here.
Derbyshire.
Yeah.
Thank you. Frost. No. Green.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Excuse me for interrupting. Councillor Frost has messaged me to say that she's had to leave the meeting. Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Just make a note of that. Sorry. Where was I? Grindle.
Yeah.
Thank you. Harwood.
Present.
Thank you. Hone.
Present.
Thank you. Councillor Hoskins.
Yes, I'm here now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Houston.
Present.
Thank you. Hunter.
Present.
Thank you. Jarvis.
Yes.
Thank you. Levitt.
Yeah.
Thank you. Mantle.
Yeah.
Thank you. Moody.
Here.
Thank you. Morris.
Yes, I'm here.
Thank you. Muir.
Present.
Thank you. Nash.
Present.
Thank you. Nangwala.
Present.
Thank you. North.
Here.
Thank you. Rice.
Present.
Thank you. Ruggiero Chaka.
Present.
Thank you. Shanley.
Present.
Thank you. Stanya.
Here.
Thank you. Steers Hanscom.
Present.
Thank you. Strong.
Present.
Thank you. Tart.
Yes, I'm here.
Thank you. Thake.
Yeah.
Thank you. Tyler.
Present.
Thank you. Tyson.
Yes.
Thank you. Weeks. Councillor Michael Weeks.
Present.
Thank you very much. Was it just Councillor Barnard I didn't hear from?
I think he's here, but I don't think there was a video on it.
Did he confirm?
He's actually here, but there's no sound or no video at this point.
Okay.
Councillor Barnard, if you're able to switch on your video and mic.
Having a bit of a coughing fit, that's why. Sorry about that. I didn't want to disturb everybody.
That's right. Thanks, Councillor Barnard.
Thank you.
Okay, that's all done, Chair.
Thank you very much, Matthew. We'll now move on to questions from members. We're talking about next thing we're talking about is the Union flag is to be flown outside of all our public buildings. I can invite Councillor David Levitt to put a question to the Councillor Martin Steers-Hanscom, Leader of the Council.
Thank you, Chair. The Department for Digital Culture, Media and Sport recently announced that changes in legislation allow the Union flag to be flown outside of all public buildings every day as a proud reminder of our history and the ties that bind us, and has called on local authorities to routinely fly the flag. Could the Leader of the Council confirm it is the administration's intent to follow that request and fly the Union flag outside all of its buildings where it has the ability to do so? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Martin Steers-Hanscom. Would you like to respond, Martin?
Sorry, I was muted.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so thank you, Chair, and thank you for your question. Our joint administration's view is that this should be a matter for a cross-party discussion following the elections, and we hope a consensus achieved, having taken account of views from our communities. Our current practice that we inherited from the previous administration is to fly the Union flag on special occasions, and I believe personally this has served us well. If we are to make a change, members of all parties and staff colleagues will have their views on this, and they should have the opportunity to express them. When this was raised by a member of our staff at a staff briefing, some concerns were raised which should be considered. Of course, since this question was raised, His Royal Highness Prince Philip has died. As soon as we heard of his death, I was in touch with the managing director, and things were already in train to fly the flag at half-mast on all our buildings as a mark of respect, as we would all want. In the same way, we flew the flag at half-mast when we heard of the death of Captain Tom. Flags are flown at other times when we have good reason. That's how we do it at the moment. It seems to us that any change to that is best handled by a local discussion and not by government imposition. And if I could just add that I know you agree with me on that, David, because we have spoken following Prince Philip's death. And as a welcome and inclusive council, that is the context in which I know we will all want to take this forward after the election. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Martin. Councillor Levitt, have you got a supplementary question?
No, thank you for your answer, Martin, in our earlier discussion, and I have no supplementary questions to that one. Thank you.
Okay. I have some questions from Councillor Fake.
Yeah, Chairman, my apologies, but this is a procedural inquiry. I probably not necessary, but we had a part 2 item, and in my past experience, the decisions of the part 2 debate, without revealing the content of the discussion, is always ratified in part 1. We don't appear to have done that, and I just wonder, do we need to? It's as simple as that, Chairman.
Good point. Can I ask Jeanette for feedback?
Yes, you can confirm that you're going to proceed with the working party. I think that you would keep it as basic as that, but again, Anthony Roach may want to comment on that, if that's okay.
Yeah, Anthony.
Sorry, slight pause as the video started. I'm relaxed about the situation. The recommendation can be repeated in part 1. As Councillor Thake quite rightly pointed out, the detail behind it can't. But if it's felt beneficial for the public record and anyone watching the broadcast, we can certainly repeat the resolution now.
And take a vote on it, yes?
You've already voted on it once, but up to you if you wish to, Chair.
Quite often we actually do a second vote in part 1, don't we?
Yes, we'll do it.
Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Thake.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Fake. Should I read out the recommendation then for the public? Or should I ask Anthony to?
Chair, if you're happy to.
Okay, I'm happy to. So the recommendation from our discussion with about Electric Garden City Heritage Foundation is that the full council delegate a member working group consisting of a group leader of each political party and members of the Letchworth Area Committee the power to consider and agree the council's response to the proposals of Letchworth Garden City Heritage Foundation. And Councillor Muir, did you want to say something before we move to the vote?
No, I put my hand up for flying the Union flag. So shall I put my hand down and speak to that after you've taken the vote?
Yes, please. Thank you. In that case, can I take Matthew? Can you take us to the vote, please? Record this in part 1.
Sure. Thank you, Chair. If members would now like to use their blue hand to vote for that recommendation. Okay, I'm just checking to make sure everyone has voted. Okay, that's fine. I'm just going to clear that vote. Would any members wish to vote against the recommendation?
Apologies, Chairman, I left my hand up, sorry.
Oh, that's what I was wondering. I was going to ask or not.
Any abstentions?
Sorry, Chair. Just in relation to questions, it's not a debate item.
Okay, thank you for reminding me. Yeah.
Over that.
Thank you. Okay, the vote has been carried. Thank you.
Thank you, Matthew. Thank you, Jeanette. And can I, Councillor Muir, you wish to move on to the
Chair, sorry, could I intervene? Apparently the YouTube feed has gone down. So could we just pause whilst we figure out what is going on, please?
Yes, sure. Yes. How long has it gone down for, Anthony? Do you know?
Not sure. Literally just got the message now. So
okay.
Pause and perhaps everyone turn their cameras off whilst we figure out what's going on. Just bear with us. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, hi everybody in the meeting. Sam here. The YouTube stream is fine. I've got it on another computer here. It's running absolutely perfectly.
Okay, thank you. Well, it may just be that the individual who's monitoring it, their internet has gone down, but just bear with us whilst we double check. Thank you.
I'd like to raise a point of order, actually.
Councillor Billing?
The questions on our agenda tonight are a formal part of our business. They're not part of a debate. So the question about the Union flag has been answered and dealt with. There's no further debate on it.
Chair, you could pause all business of the council until we've just double checked, please.
Okay.
Then we can come back to this point.
Yeah, come back to that, Judy.
Okay. I've been advised that William, who's been supporting IT, has basically been crashed out, but Matthew has confirmed that the stream is still going. Therefore, we can continue the meeting. Matthew will keep an eye on the stream to make sure that that continues. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. And perhaps you might wish to go to Jeanette, who I think had some advice on the Q&A point.
Okay, Jeanette, please.
Yes, apologies. I came in at the wrong bit before. But yes, just to confirm what Judy has already raised, that obviously it's not a debate item, and you've answered the question and moved on.
Okay, in that case, I'm sorry, Councillor Mantle. If I could ask everybody to turn their cameras back on, please. We are confirmed that we are streaming. And apologies to the public if you had an interruptory of service.
It was Michael Muir, Chairman, not Councillor Mantle.
Sorry, Michael, I do apologise.
Mr. Chair, I've heard what's said about the questions, but I wanted to say something because what Martin gave was not the whole truth.
On a point of order, Chair, we cannot continue with the debate on this. This is not, unless Michael Muir is raising a point of order. This is out of order.
Point of order, then, please. The Union flag for 8 years has flown in the High Street of Baldock.
Yes, I appreciate that, but we are moving on. We are moving on. And apologies. Next bit we're going to address is the percentage increase in the county council precept. If I can invite Councillor Sue Nguala to put her question to the council, Councillor Martin Steers-Hanscom, who is the leader of the council, of course. Councillor Nguala.
Sorry, apologies.
Okay.
I don't have anything to say. Sorry, I don't know why you called me.
Oh, I've got it here. That
your question.
Your question to Martin concerning the percentage increase of the county council precept.
I do apologise. 1 second.
Are you okay, Sue?
No, I just need a second to sort out my IT. I do apologise.
Okay.
Sorry. Could the leader of the council explain why the percentage increase of the county council precept shown on the council tax bill sent out is shown as 2% when the actual increase is close to 4%?
Thank you, Sue. Martin, can I ask you to respond?
Yes. Councillor Ngual is correct. The overall increase for the County Council is 3.99%, which is made up of 2 percentage changes, which we are required by the government to show separately on the bill. One is for the part of the overall charge attributable to the adult social care precept, 2%, shown on the bill as Herts CC adult social care precept, and one for the part attributable to general expenditure, 1.99%, shown as Herts County Council on the bill and rounded up to 2%.
Councillor Ngual, have you a supplementary question?
Yes, please. Yes. Would the leader agree with me that this is misleading and rather dishonest?
Yes, Chair, I do agree. It is one thing for Conservative councillors to vote against a 2% increase in North Herts, an increase forced on us by the government, and then vote for a 4% increase at the County Council the next day. Perhaps that's all part of the to and fro of local politics. But it's quite another thing to deliberately mislead the public on their council tax bills. Perhaps another example of where local government works to a higher standard than national government. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Martin. Moving on then, the safety of women and girls in our communities. Can I invite Councillor Claire Billing to put a question to Councillor Gary Grindle, Executive Member of Housing and Environmental Health, and Councillor Judy Billing, Executive Member of Community Engagement.
Thank you. Following concerns raised with me about how safe women and girls in our communities feel, both within and outside their homes, could the Executive Member for Housing and Environmental Health and the Executive Member for Community Engagement...
You're fading in and out, Claire, unfortunately.
Following concerns raised with me about how safe women and girls in our communities feel, both inside and outside their homes, could the Executive Member for Housing and Environmental Health and the Executive Member for Community Engagement outline what is being done in North Herts to support women and girls locally?
Thank you. Can I invite Councillors Grindle and Judy Billing to respond, please, in any order?
Well, if I can kick it off, Chairman. Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you, Councillor Billing, for the question. And it shouldn't really be a surprise to members that questions are being asked by the public of councillors about our response to the appalling statistics that emerged in the aftermath of the shocking murder of Sarah Everard. And clearly there is a community side to this which Judy addressed, but if I can just sort of focus on the area that covers off sort of violence against women and not just women, because we partner with SADA, which I know all the members will be familiar with, whose role it is across North Herts, based in Stevenage, to work and deal with cases of violence within the home, which is their main focus of attention. And it's quite staggering when you see figures that 71% of female murder victims are killed in their home. The importance of the work that SADA perform cannot ever be underestimated. And in recent conversations with SADA, since the Violence Against Women and Girls campaign started in the aftermath of the recent murder, it was, I guess, pleasing to note that SADA hadn't reported any spike in reports around harassment crimes. And it's not an area that they would normally cover, but in recognition of the importance of this, SADA have informed me that there will be an extraordinary meeting of the RAG, the RAG, the Regulatory Authority Group, which will specifically be held to focus on women's safety and what can be done in order to try and offer some sort of protection to women. And following that meeting, there will be a media campaign which should hopefully be launched next week, and we at North Herts will be included in the post shared by that come out of that meeting. So I haven't got anything more I can specifically say at this time, but hopefully over the next week we will see what the results of that particular extraordinary meeting were, and that's just one aspect of it. But again, also we know that the Home Secretary declared that every woman should feel safe to walk the streets, and again we wait government to see if there will be new laws introduced. And I know they were specifically looking at harassment crimes, certainly relating to sexual harassment, but also including public harassment. So, but there'll be no more news on that, and hopefully that's something that the government will pick up in time as well. But I'll hand it over to Judy to see if there's anything she can add.
Thanks, Gary. Judy,
Okay.
yes.
Yeah, I will just very briefly add to that shortly after the horrific death of Sarah Everard, there was obviously a heightened awareness of the sorts of issues of women's safety that we should all be concerned about all the time, but it takes an event like that for the emotions to kind of come to the surface. And I know that questions were asked at the Letchworth Cancer Surgery shortly after that. And I, in response to that, have asked the community engagement team to work with our community safety team to look at what more we should be doing as a local authority to ensure the safety of women. Interestingly, I was briefed by Becky Coates today for a completely different reason. And the material that we got from our survey, our annual survey on community safety in February and March before this event, actually put women's feelings of safety quite low on the reported issues that were coming through our survey. But we do know that this event has made people think really long and hard about their own situations, although sometimes there has been a regrettable politicisation of one family's grief that I think has not always been helpful. But we are doing absolutely all we can to look at what's going to be needed and to speak to women in the district in more depth than we normally do in just our annual survey of, you know, what really worries you. As it happens, next week is also, I mean, every week is a specific week, is National Stalking Awareness Week, and the Susie Lamplugh Trust, that some of you may know about their work, is doing a great deal next week that you can find online to see the sorts of stuff that they're doing, including an online conference on next Wednesday from 9 to 12, if people are interested in that. And they have a number of very fine speakers, including Nicole Jacobs from the Domestic Abuser, who's the Domestic Abuse Commissioner, who will be taking part in that. So there is a great deal going on. There's a great deal for us as a local authority to do with our duty of care for people, and we will be exploring in greater depth what the women in North Herts think should be made available for them, and making sure that we do our best to meet their needs. Thank you.
Thank you, Judy. Claire, have you got any supplementary question? Secondary question?
No, I don't. I think they were very, very full and frank responses. Thank you.
Oh, great. Thank you. Thank you, Judy and Gary. We're moving on now to notice of motions. We have three motions to consider and debate in tonight's meeting. The first one is fly tipping. Please note that it was lately altered, very lately altered. Can I invite Councillor Sam North to move the motion, please?
Thank you very much, Chair. And Chair, I speak to the motion, as you have said, as altered in accordance with our standing orders. Fly tipping is a scourge on our environment. It is not only harmful to those people who have to walk, drive, or cycle past piles of discarded rubbish, but it is harmful to the environment that we must protect. Some may see fly tipping as not a big issue, They may think a can of drink thrown out of the window is not a big deal. Perhaps the plastic wrappers left over after the picnic may not cause any harm, or the piles of fridges left on a country lane. Those people are wrong. The impact that humans are having on our planet is big enough without criminally discarding waste. Fly tipping in North Hertfordshire rose by 100% between 2013 and 2019. This is a horrendous statistic, particularly when you consider that is roughly 4 fly tips every single day. During the coronavirus pandemic, we have seen fly tipping across the country increase alarmingly, and that is echoed in the figures that North Hertfordshire District Council has seen. Of course, this council has been standing up to the challenge. Our fantastic environmental crime officers have been holding fast in the face of a tidal wave of criminality across our district. We have fined more people for fly tipping offences than has ever been done in the history of this council. And we have implemented new powers to better tackle the criminals that choose to show utter disregard for the places that we live. But we are not a council that sits on our hands, nor a council that pats ourselves on the back. We are a council of productivity, proactivity, and have a propensity to listen to our residents. That is why we set up our cabinet panels, to listen to what our residents have to say, because we are their council, we represent them, and we must act for them. This motion seeks to bolster the already fantastic work that is being done. It gives us the ability to understand where we can improve, what elements of our programme are working, and how we can ensure that we are continuing to provide the best service for the residents that we represent. We are also seeking improvement in the operation of the waste and recycling centres run by Hertfordshire County Council. I cannot fault the staff who work tirelessly under difficult conditions in an incredibly professional way. But it is the County Council that needs to realise that these centres are an essential service. They must recognise that more must be done to keep these centres open and prevent the queues that we have seen in recent months. Even today, the County Council website listed the Letchworth site as closed on a day that it should be open. We need the centres to remain open, be open for longer, and be considered as an essential service. Finally, I would like to pay tribute to both Councillor Carol Stanier and Councillor Dennis Harburg, who have done a fantastic job in turning around the failing bin contract that was left by the previous Conservative administration. And my thanks also go to the NFU for their input into this motion. I therefore, Chair, propose this motion as altered. Thank you.
Thank you, Sam. Can I have a seconder, please, before we move into debate?
Yes, Chair, I'm happy to second the motion.
Thank you, Councillor Tyson.
Chairman, can I say a few words on the motion now?
Oh, sorry, who was that? So who spoke? Oh, sorry. You could say now if you wanted to, or reserve your right to speak. You got a choice.
I'd like to speak now, if I may.
Yes, you may. Yes.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, and thank you. I'm pleased to second this motion. I live in a very rural location in the ward that I represent, and we're lucky in many ways. We don't get much for our taxes in the way of amenities, of course, but we have the countryside, and that's important to us. So littering and fly tipping in rural areas is a big concern to the people in my village and many others like it throughout the district. We use the country lanes on a daily basis and see lanes that are strewn with discarded furniture, mattresses, fridges and so on, as well as the all too familiar piles of builders' rubble. I know that towns also suffer from fly tipping, and I'm not trying to say that their problems are any less offensive to the eye or to the environment than ours, but I'm just speaking from personal experience there. But I'd like to say that I hope that our motion contributes to the debate on fly tipping in a positive way, and provides an opportunity to reassure people that the council is working hard to combat this crime during these testing times, as well as previously, and that it also affirms our commitment to seeking ways to improve our response. So I'd like to begin by commending the tireless efforts of the enforcement officers who work on the front line. When I've reported fly tips, their response has always been swift and effective, even under the increasing strain that exists in the current climate. And I want to acknowledge also the hard work of all the officers concerned with the issue, and of course, that of the relevant portfolio holders and their deputies. And also all the members here in this virtual chamber, because I think we're all basically, I think, at heart, singing from the same song sheet, and we're all committed to finding a solution to this insidious problem. There's no denying that it's a scourge that's grown over recent years, and it's not a local problem, of course, and the pandemic has made the situation even worse, with household waste and recycling centres being closed and then overwhelmed by demand once open again. And we all know how notoriously difficult it is to catch the perpetrators of rural fly tipping. And the most effective strategy is to combat crime, of course, is to prevent it. And the council is implementing what I see as a two-pronged approach of deterring tippers and providing information for the public. And I've been extremely pleased to see high-profile communications posted on social media by the council, informing residents of the legal situation regarding disposal of their waste, their duty of care, and the council's recently acquired ability to find people who let someone else dump their waste illegally. And there are plenty of other examples of good communications that are coming out now. Prosecutions of and fines imposed on offenders are getting good coverage in the local media, which again is essential for getting the word out that this crime doesn't pay. The council website has a very informative page with plenty of useful information. So these are some of the examples of the hard work undertaken by this council that our motion seeks to acknowledge. But we're not complacent, and we know that we need to keep our measures to combat fly tipping under review in order to maximise their effect. I think we need to make sure that we are genuinely offering residents accessible ways of disposing of bulky items, and household waste and recycling centres need to be open when we need them, before and after work, and not on random working weekdays that we have to look up online in advance. So I hope you'll all be able to back a motion that seeks to acknowledge and buttress current good practice by North Herts Council, ensure that there are plenty of opportunities to implement innovative new measures to tackle the crime of fly tipping, and encourage Hertfordshire County Council to ensure that the provision offered by their household waste and recycling centres fully meets the needs of residents, and that it doesn't, in fact, inadvertently incentivise them to take their waste elsewhere. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Tom. We're moving to debate now. The first person with a hand up is Councillor Barnard.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I find it quite extraordinary that the council should be patting itself on the back. There is certainly a bad feeling between the officers, the enforcement officers, and BASA. There have been numerous complaints, and Councillor Dennis Harburg will be perfectly aware, as will other officers. For instance, when on the highways, which includes the ditches beside the road, where tyres, cannabis residue, and all manner of things is poured into by these criminal fly tippers, outside of the hedges, which are obviously the local farmers, BASA are refusing to go and pick those up. And we're doing nothing about it. I mean, that's quite disgraceful. What is going to happen is those ditches are going to fill up with water, the roads are going to be flooded, and not only is it an eyesore, it's also a danger to the public. I also find it quite extraordinary that our fines are somewhat less than the price of hiring a skip. Now, it's cheaper to fly tip than it is to actually go and do the proper thing. It isn't necessarily the people who are employing these fly tippers. They are criminals. These criminals will take the money, they will go and they will fly tip anyway. It's got nothing to do with the opening of tips or otherwise. People will take the money and they will go and fly tip in the countryside and pocket the money. We need to actually address the situation far, far better. We need to actually name and shame. We need to get these people in the press. Where's our press officers? We need to find them to make it so much more hazardous to go and get caught. There are so many things that I could say. I won't go on, but quite honestly, this motion is disgraceful and inappropriate. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Councillor Levitt.
Thank you, Chair. I had tabled an amendment prior to the meeting, so I was expecting it to be taken straight after the motion was tabled and seconded.
Apologies.
I would like to raise an amendment to this motion, Chair. The motion, fly tipping, I do, and we all fully acknowledge that it is an issue, particularly in the rural areas. It's also getting to be that in some of the urban areas is getting quite bad as well now, and on places like the Greenway and other places. The amendment does not seek to negate the motion or undermine it. It seeks instead to reinforce the motion and make sure that we covered all the bases and everybody that needs to be. The amendments relate only to the resolutions, not to the notes. And I'd like to take them one at a time, please. And when we come to the vote on these, Chair, I'd like the amendments to be taken one at a time as well, please, Chair, as the vote. The first amendment is to number 1. I note since I tabled the amendment, there has been a slight change to the motion, and which is to add the words to continue. And though that same word is actually included in my amendment as well, so it covers it, but it's a slightly different place, but that's the same thing. So the first motion is to review its fly tipping waste management policies and continue its work with the Hertfordshire Waste Partnership, the fly tipping group, and the relevant external stakeholders such as landowners, contractors, etc., which is the remainers is the same as the other one. The addition there, Chair, is putting in the Hertfordshire Waste Partnership and the fly tipping group. I'm sure the movement should know and must know, as they're part of the joint administration, that the portfolio holder on this, with Dennis Harburg, has worked very closely with County Council through the Hertfordshire Waste Partnership and achieved much on this, and the fly tipping group as well, which has been, I believe, has been adopted nationally, but perhaps somebody can fill me in on this. So I feel it's really important, Chair, to include the acknowledgement of the Hertfordshire Waste Partnership and the fly tipping group in that first paragraph, and that's what that seeks to do. The second paragraph, seek no changes. That is quite straightforward. Paragraph 3 does have a change, and this is probably a bit more is a little bit technical, because as tabled, it only deals with medical emergencies, and there are other. It is too specific, and it needs to be a bit more general. So the proposal to amend is to request Hertfordshire County Council reaffirm that waste and recycling is an essential service by pledging not to close household waste recycling centres except where the law requires it to do so, and for the safety and visitors and where the safety of staff and visitors is being compromised. It's actually a little bit stricter than a medical emergency. It is where the law requires and where safety is at risk. Just to give an example, Chair, where some of us may remember it, when Buncefield blew up, the Hempstead tip was closed for quite a long time, and that was nothing to do with medical emergencies. It was totally unexpected, and it had to. So just to give an example. On 4, the amendment is the council welcomes the changes already announced for changes at 3 major Hertfordshire waste recycling sites in Hertfordshire, including Stevenage, and asks Hertfordshire County Council to review the opening hours of the household waste recycling centres in North Hertfordshire. That's just making it a little bit more specific, Chair, and I'm sure there'll be no objections to that one. 5, no change. 6, no change, although 6 in its present form doesn't actually achieve anything specific, Chair. All it does is asks to consider providing an amnesty for private landowners who can take the waste away. So it doesn't achieve anything. It's a request, but so I've got no problems with that. The additional condition, the additional bit in the motion I would like to see in there, Chair, is that North Hertford District Council promotes the funding available from the Police and Crime Commissioner and the advice and guidance to dealing with fly tipping on private land. That is a practical measure that can achieve something. There is funding available from the Police and Crime Commissioner at present, and there has been for some time. That funding is not taken up to its full extent, and I feel it is important, Chair, that that we make sure that people are aware that funding is available for private landowners, and that they are given the proper advice on how to and when to and what they can do if fly tipping occurs on their land, which is one of the bigger problem is on council land, Chair. Thank you, Chair. And with that, I move those amendments.
Thank you, Councillor Levitt. Can I have a seconder, please, for those amendments?
Yes, happy to second, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Davies.
May I briefly speak to the amendments at this point?
Yes.
I was simply going to say that I'm particularly pleased, obviously I'm seconding the entire amendment, but I'm particularly pleased with the amendments to the clause regarding closure of sites to recognise that staff safety is of paramount importance. Both the county and district councils, of course, have a duty of care towards their staff, and I believe that notwithstanding the national mandated closure, the actions that both councils took during the pandemic were done with the safety of staff in mind. So I would have felt very uneasy with the unamended motion that did not draw that distinction. Thank you.
Thank you, George. If I understand correctly, then we need to go to debate on the amendments, and we're going to deal with those first and then vote for that. And then if we need to, we'll go back to the originals. Jeanette, can I just confirm that with you?
Yes, you're going to deal with the debates now, and then we'll vote on, and then you can turn to the vote on the amendments for each of the ones that have been proposed. I think that's what Councillor Levitt has suggested, and I agree.
Right, and then as duly noted, that each condition will be voted separately as requested. So we're into debate on the amendments proposed. I've got Councillor Levitt, you've got your name up, but I'm not sure if you're...
Apologies, Chair, my legacy hand.
Yeah, that's right. Okay, then in that case, Elizabeth Dennis Harburg, please.
Lovely. Thank you very much, Chair. Firstly, I will apologise to everyone for the lighting and perhaps also my tone. I'm battling a migraine at the moment, and I'm not the most pleasant person to deal with when in pain. Right, so what I'm going to say applies equally to the motion unamended, but also the amended motion. On the amended motion, I need to just sort of suggest to Councillor Levitt that perhaps the reference to the fly tipping group in lowercase, should this go through, be amended to say Hertfordshire Fly Tipping Group, capitalised, because that's a distinct and defined body and is actually sort of separate from the Herts Waste Partnership. So I think it's key that if the motion does pass as drafted, that's recognised for it to be effective. Right.
And Councillor Levitt's nodded that one. Yeah.
Lovely. Thank you very much. Okay, so I think obviously everybody does agree that fly tipping is a crime, and a crime by definition, as some might know and appreciate, is a wrong committed against society. It's not just an individual thing, it's against the whole of society. Fly tipping obviously affects each and every one of us. We're all council taxpayers. It's us that pays to clean up after these criminals. End of story. So it is essential that local authorities are able to deal with it properly, and I'm glad that the proposer of the original motion recognises the work being done in this area. So bearing this in mind and looking at both the amended and the original motion before us tonight, colleagues, the issue this council must consider is whether these motions actually sort of commit us to a significant new and novel course of action, which would result in a reduction of this crime. My view is that actually neither of these motions achieves that objective. We're not committing to anything new, anything novel that this authority isn't already doing. I'll start at the top and work down. The policies that we've got in place to deal with fly tipping are jointly agreed with East Herts because we're in a joint contract. The last administration will know that it took us into that, so it's aware of the relevant policies and the need for harmonisation, etc., across both contracts. These policies don't per se extensively cover fly tipping because the partnership actually operates in line with this weird national legislation thing that we've got, and the Herts fly tipping protocol, which was developed with external stakeholders, which includes the National Farmers Union, Police and Crime Commissioner, Fire and Rescue, and the Environment Agency. The Police and Crime Commissioner, as alluded to, has also got a programme in place that landowners can access to secure funding to help support dealing with fly tips and preventing them in future. Fly tipping is a crime. It goes way beyond the jurisdiction of this particular authority, and in any event, the policies that we have in place, the national framework and legislation is constantly under review, and we as an authority respond to those changing needs, be they driven by stakeholders or by legislation changes. So to review something that is live and living and agile seems, I don't think we need a motion on that, do we? Bulky waste was reviewed as recently as, October 2020. The service is actually self-funding. By this I mean it cost last year £72,700, and the income or revenue receipts from those bulky waste collections was £73,000. I feel that a profit of £300 isn't really a profit. It demonstrates the service is self-funding. If you have a break-even service, it's very difficult to find efficiencies and ways to change it to increase what we might want to call accessibility. On that point, and just to demonstrate how successful the service is, I can tell you that before sort of reviewing and turning the service into a self-funding model, we had 978 requests for bulky waste collection services. In the 10 months that we've got audited data for, from 2020 to 2021, we've had 1,700. So, at the moment, 10 months versus a 12-month period, we're on track to potentially see double the amount of bulky waste collection services. So bearing in mind that it's a self-funding service, that we've actually seen an increase in requests for us to assist, and that often we can't collect all of the waste from people that are contacting us because we don't have the resource to cover those collection needs. I think that the bulky waste service is sort of doing the best it can as a non-profit, last resort, local authority service provision, and we're trying to provide that equitable solution to people who might be unable to access the tips. However, if colleagues wish to sort of question the finances on that and try and see if we can find more funding for this, I welcome them to speak to Councillor Albert and see if he's got a magic money tree that we can use to make things more accessible to a wider population. I'll direct colleagues to his face in the gallery. Now, of course, the reintroduction of regular small electrical item recycling events like we had just before COVID would potentially help with things. That's going to happen as and when it's safe. I can't commit to that happening if it's going to put staff's safety in jeopardy. And in any event, the makeup of fly tips is incredibly mixed, as both councillors Billing and Brown will attest, and there's no evidence whatsoever that the bulky waste service has actually caused an increase in fly tips. It's there as a last resort. A lot of people buying new white goods, please try and choose a supplier who will take your old white goods away. It's your waste, it's your responsibility. Something I say on social media regularly. The member with responsibility for waste disposal at County Council is fortunately also a member of this council and is quite accessible to us should we have questions. I think that he is quite capable and eloquent in expressing his views on resolutions 3 and 4 of the original motion, and I can tell that he's had input into the amendment, but I also know that Councillor Hone will know that this authority is already aware of the things that County Council is doing to try and help and alleviate pressure, not just in Letchworth, but actually across all of the recycling centres across the county. So it seems strange to me that this council would ask County Council to give us information and tell us what it's doing about a thing that we already know. Why am I going to ask a question that I already know the answer to? It seems political, doesn't seem right. Resolution 5 of the original motion commits this council to keep doing what it's already doing in terms of comms.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman. I thought the speaking limit was 5 minutes.
It is 5 minutes, and yes, Elizabeth, we have gone
over.
over. I was going to remind you.
6 minutes. I don't wish to be rude to my colleague because she's given a lot of information.
That's absolutely fine, Chair. In which case,
that's the reason why I was letting it go on. Yeah.
I will just simply wrap it up at this point in time, referencing the hashtag Scrap Fly Tipping campaign. Also, we know about the Police and Crime Commissioner's scheme, and we actually do promote it to landowners. I don't know why more don't take it up. That's a question for them. However, to summarise, I can't possibly support either of these motions because it's just committing us to do stuff that we're already doing. So I don't really understand why, given the proposer's access to knowledge in this area, he hasn't spoken to us to find out first. Sorry, colleagues.
Thank you, Elizabeth. I hope your headache is gone soon. Can I call upon Councillor Sam North to speak? Sam?
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you, Councillor Levitt, for posing the amendment to this motion. Unfortunately, I don't believe that I can support the amendment because as opposed to the changes that you think that you're making, I feel that it changes the original motion from something of an action-based and practical motion into a more political one. I understand there are certain elements within the amendments that are clearly important. So, for example, the inclusion of the Hertfordshire Waste Partnership. But I would assert that they are a relevant external stakeholder, which is already mentioned within the original motion as altered. And to go through the individual points as to why I would not necessarily support accepting the amendments. Point 3, yes, I completely understand the points that you make, but unfortunately you have left out a point about us asking Hertfordshire County Council to provide alternative arrangements in the event that the household waste and recycling centres were closed. If you were minded to include a part into that which included the requirement for alternative arrangements, then I would be minded to accept the third amendment. Point 4 is, in my view, just a pure politicisation of the original point raised in the motion as altered. And likewise, point 7, as has already been mentioned by Councillor Dennis Harburg, that promotion already forms part of the communication strategy that this council already has. So in reference to the amendment to the motion, I'm afraid unless that point could be changed on part 3, I don't feel that I can support the amendment.
Okay. Thank you, Sam. I've got Councillor Tom Tyson next, but I think you had your right to speak earlier. Can I just seek advice? Is Tom allowed to speak again? Jeanette?
This is an amendment, so yes.
Yes, okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. I wasn't sure. Councillor Tom Tyson then.
Briefly, first of all, can Councillor Levitt just confirm for me that the opening section of the motion, which begins the council notes, is left unchanged. And secondly, I just wanted to confirm that I'm on the same page as Councillor North with the amendments that he's described as being unacceptable. And thirdly, just to remark upon Councillor Dennis Harberg's extensive and comprehensive accounts of everything that is being done in the efforts to combat this. I thought actually in the speech that I gave, we already commended her and her team for the work that was being done, and I tried to explain that part of the purpose of this motion was to acknowledge that, and without necessarily suggesting that there was nothing else that could be done to combat this issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. Councillor Judy Billing.
Thank you, Chair. I actually thought that both Carol and Sam were before me, but if no, if you're okay, they don't think they were. So I'll be very brief. I will be very brief because there's been some very, very long speeches tonight. And I'm sure that many speeches we've heard tonight have been longer than they should have been, which is odd because normally at this time of year, we do get a bit of election silliness going on. But normally at this time of year, we also get a load of very tired councillors because they've been knocking on so many doors. And I suspect we may be suffering tonight from the fact that we've got the election silliness, but some of us haven't been knocking on enough doors. So to me, Sam obviously has been, sorry, Sam. But so to me, it seems insane to be looking at a motion and a series of amendments to that motion, asking us to do the work that we're already doing. And both Carol and Elizabeth have been working their socks off on the technical waste disposal front, and Ruth Brown and I work our little socks off on the enviro crime side, so that I know that when David Barnard makes a speech about things not happening and dumps from cannabis factories, I've been out with our staff seeing them just before they're being collected. So it's not the case that nothing's being done. What I think is changing, and we've done a lot of publicity, we've done a lot of prosecution. Some of you may have seen Ruth on BBC Look East a few weeks ago, highlighting the issue. Some of you may have seen the articles in the local press highlighting the prosecutions and making clear the fines that are being made. One thing that has changed slightly, if you want an interesting nugget of new information, is that some of us had a priority setting meeting, Zoom meeting with the police in Hitchin last night. And there does seem to be a fly tipping creep from the rural areas now much more into the urban areas as well. And that is an issue, and that is a thing, and that will require new responses from us, from Elizabeth's department and from the Enviro Crime team. But you know what? We're on it. We're on it, and we don't need to be debating it at this time of night at a full council meeting. We just need to be getting on with it. And I say that with some plea, really, to both the proposers of the motion and the proposers of the amendments. For goodness sake, let's get on and go and knock some doors. I know it's a bit late now, but we could do some tomorrow. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Judy. Councillor Stanier.
Thank you. I will keep it brief, as Judy requested. I think that the Conservative amendment is actually better than the one that was put originally. However, I agree with everything that both Councillor Dennis Harberg and Councillor Billing have said. I think that the motion and the amendment to the motion don't really actually do anything we're not already doing. And I think we should not be talking about this. Thank you.
Thank you, Carol. Councillor Sam Collins.
Thanks, Chair. I'm going to talk about the amendment because that's the process we've got, but I'm slightly aware of the time, and I know there's various people. It's been an hour since we had a break, and I just wonder if people want to have it. But I'm going to say what I'm going to say about the amendment, but I do plan to speak once we've voted on the amendment on the motion as amended or otherwise after that. So I will be coming back for a second bite of the cherry. In terms of the amendment, I'm very much in line with Councillor North, Sam North. I just don't really see what Councillor Levitt's amendment is trying to do. He mentions, I mean, he's outlined a few of the groups that absolutely we should be speaking to, like the NFU. But as he's already heard, the NFU were consulted when we were drafting this motion. So I really don't see what Councillor Levitt's amendment is trying to achieve other than a few sort of political points, which is a little bit disappointing on such an important issue. So I really can't really see the point of us supporting the amendment. And I'm going to come back on the motion post the vote on the amendment once we've done that bit.
Thank you, Sam. Councillor Terry Hone.
Thank you. As you would expect, I want to say a few things. Yeah. First and foremost, I have to say that Councillor Elizabeth Dennis-Harburg works a lot with us down at Heartspace Partnership and is very, very productive and very participative in the programs that the Heartspace Partnership, along with the Fly Tipping Group and the other groups that are set up by Waste Aware. So she's fully on board, and she operates those within North Herts District Council, and we're very pleased. We being, I'll put the other hat on here, the Heartspace Partnership, which I chair, are very pleased with the actions that she's taken on behalf of North Herts District Council. She's moved things on, I have to say, in the past 18 months, 2 years, and for North Hertfordshire, and we recognise that down at the Heartspace Partnership. So keep up the good work, Elizabeth. We're pleased to have you on board. A couple of things, if I can. Councillor North, the only reason, if Letchworth Tip was closed today, and I can tell you it wasn't, the only reason why it would have been closed would have been to empty a bin out. And the bins were all emptied out yesterday because it was closed yesterday. I was at the tip today. At 2 o'clock, I go down every day to the tip to check it. At 2 o'clock, there were 3 vehicles in the queue. So please, and it's a Thursday, and normally Thursday is the busiest day by far because Stevenage is closed on Thursday and Friday at the moment. As we said in the points there, not from the middle of May, Stevenage, Wear and Waterdale will be open 7 days a week, which will relieve some of the pressure that we have on Letchworth and similar sites. So that's important to note that we have done things and continue to do things. When it comes to the fines for fly tipping, as Councillor Dennis-Harburg is aware, and I'm trusted to mention it, there's a lot of lobbying going on by the Heartspace Partnership with magistrates to say, please increase the fines on these so-and-sos who fly tip. Make it worth our while to go and pick it up. In other words, cover all our costs if you can, and make it a punitive penalty on those who dump the waste and those who choose to use the operators who dump waste. So that's already in place, and that certainly is something which is being moved forward by the Heartspace Partnership, I'm pleased to say. There are other things which Herts County Council are looking at in terms of what we can do in with the recycling centres, and you may have noticed there's traffic calming, traffic measures being put in at a number of the sites, including Letchworth, including Stevenage, including Turnford, which is not near you, but certainly is one of the ones where we have traffic measures in place. We have traffic offers in place to stop queuing and to make sure that people who are queuing are not blocking any access to residential or business premises. We're also increasing the number of bays that we can, and you should be aware there's a pandemic on, Councillor North, haven't you noticed? And as such, we have to maintain social distancing. You may not do it, but our operatives do, and have to make sure the visitors to the site maintain social distancing. And therefore, we had to reduce the number of bays that were open for people to come into by up to 50% in some cases. Therefore, only half the number of vehicles could go into the site. As such, it meant you get a queue because not so many vehicles can go in, and therefore not so much rubbish can be dumped at any particular time. Until such time as that social distancing is taken away and we can then get back to being nearer to each other, then we won't have to put these things in place, and we can allow people to go upstairs in pairs rather than just one at a time, which we have to do, and our operatives have to monitor that. And I too share the thanks to our operatives at the Fast Waste Recycling Centres who are doing a splendid job in some very trying circumstances. We've already had one who's been run over out at Letchworth. He happened to be a traffic officer who was physically pushed by a BMW onto the ground. We called the police and the fire and the ambulance service who looked after him. That's the sort of abuse, that's just a physical abuse, a lot of verbal abuse, which I say I get as well when I go down there, because some people are just not prepared to do what we ask them to do and keep out the bays which block the access to the businesses. So a lot of things have changed, a lot of things will change, but today, Thursday, when the previous Thursdays in the past 6 weeks, Letchworth has been busy. Today it wasn't. Yeah, I think it's because people have a better place to go to, like shopping, perhaps. Yeah, so I share what Councillor Elizabeth Dennis-Harburg said. I can't see the reason why he's going through. I'm going to abstain because I have a vested interest, of course. Some of those questions being put there, I will be the decision maker on. Some of the points being raised, and certainly, I therefore will abstain any votes on this particular subject.
Thank you, Terry.
One last thing, if I can ask North Hart, one thing you can do, Elizabeth, is make sure the planners include, when it comes to the Baldock North development, which I think it already does, includes a facility for a transfer station and for a recycling centre and a reuse centre at north of Baldock, so that we can then again reconsider the appropriate facilities available to the people of North Hertfordshire.
Thank you, Terry. Councillor Strong. We can't hear you, Councillor. Sorry, we can't hear you. I know you're not muted, but we can't hear you. Perhaps have a look at your microphone, see if it's working. But in the meantime, I'll come back to you. Councillor Ruth Brown, please.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to say that it seems to me from what's been said that this is actually quite a good example of collaborative working. There's been a lot of collaboration across the county between the districts, the boroughs and the county council. I'm sure it's far from perfect. I'm sure there could be improvements. We all know that and we all share the concern around fly tipping and the increase in that, and we know that it's increased dramatically through the pandemic. However, I think we're working as hard as we can with the resources we currently have to do what we can about it. I too, like Councillor Stanya, think that some of the changes in the amendments are actually improve it. I like the fact that you've widened that thing to not just be about a pandemic, but a general emergency and about the safety of staff. And you've widened the first one to include all those different groups. Number 7, the promotion of the funding of the Police and Crime Commissioner, that's already being done by through our comms and social media. And actually, personally, I've been promoting that funding ever since I knew about it. I personally told the Conservatives of Thurfield Heath that they could apply for that because they were finding a problem. So I think we're doing, with the resources we have, everything we can. And I think it's a great example of collaborative working. And it was really quite pleasing to hear what Councillor Hone was saying about the way they've been working with Councillor Dennis-Harburg. I think this motion is completely pointless. It doesn't commit us to doing anything we're not already doing. I will either probably abstain or vote against, because I don't think that it achieves anything. The purpose of a motion is to commit us to do something we're not already doing. We're doing all of these things already. So I don't think I can really support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ruth. Councillor Strong, are you able to communicate with us now? No, we can't hear you. Okay.
Councillor Strong may need to log off and log back in again. That sometimes solves the issue.
Did you hear that, Claire? Okay. Well, given the time actually as well.
Chairman, can you suspend the meeting just to give her a minute to do that? Otherwise, she'll be precluded from voting, won't she?
Yes. Well, I'll just take one more from Councillor Allen, and then we'll suspend the meeting.
I was going to say exactly the same thing about please letting Claire vote if she has to log out and come back in.
All right, Claire, can I ask you to log out then and come back in when you're back? we're in. So should we take a break here? Actually, you're thinking about it. Time is getting on to 10:20. Would you like another break while Claire's sorting herself out? Hopefully. But I would propose just 5 minutes now. So if we're talking about, I've got 22:21 on the clock at the moment. So 22:26, we can be back. Thanks.
You look a bit stunned, Sam. Are you all right? Yeah.
I was actually taking the moment to look at a leaflet design for Baldock East.
Oh, okay. Whatever.
So, yeah, I was like, what hump are you talking about? I didn't know what they were talking about.
Just a reminder, we are still streaming, so whilst this is a very innocent conversation, just thought it would help to remind you.
Thank you, Anthony.
Thank you. Yes.
Well,
as I've come back, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can, Claire. Would you like to speak?
There's nobody here.
Sorry. Yes. Can I ask everybody to switch their videos on again, please, for me? And the first speaker will be Claire. I'm actually thinking about it. Matthew, we need to do a roll call, don't we, to make sure everybody's back?
Yes, sure, Chair. Okay, Councillor Albert.
Yep.
Thank you. Alan. Councillor Daniel Allen.
Present.
Thank you. Aspinwall.
Yep, here.
Thanks. Barnard.
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you. Claire Billing.
I'm here.
Thank you. Judy Billing.
I'm here.
Thank you. John Bishop.
Present.
Thank you. Brown.
Present.
Thank you. Bryant. Thank you. Clark.
Here.
Collins.
Hello.
Davies.
Here.
Dennis Harburg.
Here.
Derbyshire.
Yeah.
Thank you. Frost. Oh, she's left, hasn't she? Sorry. Green.
I'm here.
Thank you. Gwendol.
Here.
Thank you. Harwood.
Hello.
Thank you. Hone.
Present.
Thank you. Hoskins.
Yeah, here.
Houston.
Here.
Thank you. Hunter.
Present.
Jarvis.
Yes.
Levitt.
Still here.
Mantle.
Yeah.
Moody.
Yes.
Morris.
Yeah.
Muir.
Present.
Nash.
Present.
Ninguada.
Here.
North.
Here.
Rice.
Present.
Rogera Chaka.
Present.
Shanley.
Present.
Stanya.
Present.
Steers Hanscom.
Yes, I'm here.
Strong. Councillor Strong. It seems to be not working again.
Okay.
Tart.
Yep.
Fake.
Yep.
Tyler.
Present.
Tyson.
Yes.
And Weeks.
Present.
Thank you.
Councillor Strong, are you there?
I think Councillor Strong has left again.
Very strange, because when she came back in, we could hear her.
Yes, we could. I'm not sure what to do about this. Obviously, it might be very important that Claire wants to tell us, because there's no other hands raised, and that we'll be moving to the vote for the amendments individually, as requested by Councillor Levitt.
Chair, it's a matter for you, given we've already paused once to allow Councillor Strong to rejoin. You might want to do the same.
You're just rejoining now.
All right. I was going to say, yeah, the account of that is it's unfair for everybody to wait. But we'll give her a second. Okay.
Councillor Strong.
I'm back again.
Councillor, but whilst we got you on audio, we can hear you. Please enlighten us.
Don't touch anything.
Yeah, yes. Please give us your views on this fly tipping.
Okay, thank you very much, and I apologise. Obviously, got some equipment issues here. Firstly, I think when I saw this motion to council, and I, like Councillor Tyson, when representing the rural wards, very rural wards, yes, the fly tipping that we're seeing is unprecedented. I have never seen it like this, but it only does remind me back many years ago, and I'm sure some of those more mature councillors who have been long-serving members will remember when our countryside was full of dumped cars and wrecks because the price of metals and taking cars to tips, they were taking them for reuse just wasn't an option. So we had cars all over the district, and now we're getting rubbish all over the district. For whatever reason that people decide that they wish to leave their rubbish there rather than take it to what are perfectly acceptable facilities around the district. And as we've heard from Councillor Hone tonight, you know, there was some queuing going on and a demand for this service, but that has certainly changed a lot in the last few weeks and days. So I want to be supportive of the motion when it came in, but it didn't feel quite right. And there are a few things that I think certainly these amendments that the Conservative group put forward do try and broaden it out a bit, make it a little bit more palatable to actually have a motion in council that looks at fly tipping. Now I have heard of the councillor Liz Harburg, and actually, I would have quite happily listened much longer, and I'm really quite disappointed that the chairman of the council, that when our portfolio holder was speaking and talking so knowledgeably of the subject and what she's doing and what this council is doing, that you actually cut her off. And I think really sometimes we should have chairmen that are a little bit more liberal in the way that they listen to what somebody is saying. And if it is actually really good and sensible and information we need to know, you actually indulge them and let them keep going. So
I usually do, Claire. I usually do.
Well, you do, but you did for some reason, I don't know why tonight you cut her off. And I think it would have been great if we could have heard some more from her on it. And I understand she's not supporting of the motion and she's not supporting of the amendments to it. I hope that people will support the amendments to it, because if they believe that I believe in, that fly tipping is it's just dreadful in our rural communities. And I'm sorry to hear that it's going more into the towns, as Councillor Billing seemed to indicate from her meeting with the police. But we do need, I think we do as a council need to be saying and shouting out on it. I'm sorry that Councillor North, that you don't feel that you can support the amendments that come forward, but I think that just makes your motion a little bit more palatable to this side and our group. So I hope that you'll reconsider that, and we will see those voting for the amendments as they've come through, and then we will have a motion that will go through this council that will actually, I hope, reaffirm that we don't like fly tipping, and these are the measures that are being taken, and some of the measures that we're going to see coming along. And be particularly hearing that Stevenage site is going to be open 7 days a week. I mean, that's tremendous news, and that will take out, one hopes, off the pressures of Letchworth, and then do a review of Letchworth and see what's needed. So I hope, as I said, I don't think any of us like fly tipping, and certainly whenever I see it, I have it reported, or I know that it is being called out. And to Councillor Harburg, yes, UBAS are doing a fantastic job coming out normally within 24 hours, 48 hours, and clearing the rubbish off the roads, but they shouldn't be having to do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Claire. Well, waiting for. That will take us now to the vote. We're going to be voting on the amendments point by point, as Councillor Levitt has asked us to do.
Chairman, if it helps, I'm happy to take them all together.
You are? Yes. Okay. Matthew, then we're going to go to the vote for all the points together. Can you take us to the vote?
Chair. Yep. Yeah, sure, Chair. If members could now vote on these amendments.
What are we voting for or against?
For,
yes.
Isn't that up to us each individually?
You're voting against, John.
Oh, dear.
For my life.
Thank you very much. If members would allow that to vote, if they want to, against these recommendations. Okay, thank you. If members would like to abstain now, please. I'm just making sure that the results I've got are correct, and I'll give them.
Sure.
So I have 16 for, 13 against, and 11 abstentions. Making this motion carried.
Amendment.
The amendments carried.
The amendments, sorry, yes.
Yeah. So, and to make sure in this case, because the amendments have been carried, Jeanette, I'm asking really, do we need to go to the vote on the original motions?
We need to
debate
this.
No, this becomes the substantive motion now. So unless there's anything further to be said, you can go to the vote on that. Okay,
so we're now going to vote on the.
Don't
wait, no, we have got. Sorry, they've got some people to. Sorry, Sam. We have got Sam Collins who wishes to speak.
Yeah, Chair. Sorry, it's because we hadn't debated the motion as a whole. We'd only debated the amendment, so there is still, I think, plenty of debate to go. But I will get going because this is a subject.
Chairman, point of order.
I'll let him go. I don't think we should interrupt each other points of order, but I think he's got a good one.
Point of order, Chairman.
Richard?
Since the amendment has been voted on and approved, it now becomes a substantive amendment, and there is no further debate.
As well as what I was thinking about earlier, but Jeanette, please, can you just clarify for us what should we do? Should there be any
substantive motion? You haven't had a debate on this. You went straight into the amendment last time.
We did. So we can have debate. Well, is Richard right or wrong? Really, I'm asking.
We haven't had a debate on the substantive motion. You went effectively straight into the debate, didn't you? So I'm going to have to say that in that case, that if you haven't raised any issues, then to do so now.
Forgive me, Chairman.
Chairman, a point of order on that. Actually, we did have some debate because we heard from the motion presenter. We heard it seconded, and the seconder spoke. We had one member of the council spoke to the main motion, and then we had the amendments moved.
With all due respect, Chairman, I hate to take issue with a professional, but the fact of the matter is that the motion, as Claire said, the original motion was proposed, it was seconded, the amendment was proposed and was seconded, a debate took place, a vote was taken, and the amended motion was approved, and that becomes a substantive. I'm sorry, in this case, the officer is not correct, in my humble opinion.
Point of order, Chair. I disagree with Councillor Fake, which is quite unusual on these sort of points of sort of details and rules. But it was made very clear early on that an amendment was tabled. It was discussed. We now need to debate the motion as amended. There hasn't been a debate on the motion as amended. I made that clear when I spoke earlier, and there was no issue raised at that point.
Jeanette, I'm going to seek your advice as our expert.
I've already advised we went straight into basically the amendment, so that's the advice I've provided. Sorry that councillors don't agree, but that's what I've advised.
I have to take that advice, Jim.
Okay, you're sorry, just to make sure, Jeanette, that you're saying that there's no room for debate on this on the original one, or there isn't.
No, I'm not saying that.
Oh right, that's what I'm not. That's what I'm asking.
Because you went straight into it, so that's what I've advised. It's up to you if you want to go straight to the vote, or if you want to allow it.
Okay, it's my choice, is it? So in this case, because there is a bit of confusion, I probably would contributed to that. I am going to take this the debate items. I've got 4 or 5 speakers, 5 councillors who wish to speak, so I am going to take them. Sam Collins first.
Thank you, Chair.
Excuse me, can I come in here, please? Because there was a proposer, there was a seconder. They both spoke at length. I then came in and spoke upon the substantive motion. Therefore, it has been debated, and then it went to the amendments. I'm sorry, the officer is wrong.
Chair,
point of order, Chair. Point of order, Chair.
I'll carry on because I feel it's.
One second, Sam.
To carry on. It will be completely out of order to not have the proper debate on the substantive motion. It will be completely out of order not to have the right of reply, which continues to apply whether there's an amendment or not. So that has to be done, Chair.
Thank you, Martin. In that case, yes, Sam, please could you continue? I'm going to take these questions.
Yeah, thank you to the Leader of Council. I completely agree with that. One thing, at one point, I was thinking to myself in the car stuck on the motorway earlier on today was that I think just as a message to sort of all councillors, we had this in a few other meetings. I think it's, you know, we're allowed to interrupt each other with points of order, but I think it's a little bit uncourteous, and I think we should wait till the previous person has spoken to raise our points of order and do that, because it isn't nice. But I'll come on to the point. 10 years ago, I maybe a little bit more, when I was up here in the village, and I was getting a bit fed up of the fly tipping around St Ipolyt's and Gosmore and the south of Hitchin. And I wrote a letter to a chap called Peter Lilly, and he sort of gave me a very dismissive reply and didn't really take it very seriously. And for those who know me, my sort of #1 hobby is meandering around in the countryside to the south of Hitchin. I think it's the best way to describe it. I like walking around in the fields. And during lockdown, that sort of intensified, and the level of fly tipping has got absolutely out of hand. We've heard from various rural councillors. It's rural councillors putting this motion in rather than me, an urban councillor. But I know the problem. I get the complaints about it. And we've heard quite a lot of discussion in the amendments bit from Councillor Dennis Harberg and others. They're saying that the motion doesn't propose fresh and novel solutions. Well, I think it probably does, because what we're calling for hasn't happened. That means it's fresh and novel, because it's not all being done. If you are of the opinion that everything the county council, the district council, everything we're doing on fly tipping is enough, then I ask you to come out here to the south of Hitchin, or to Ickleford or Holwell, or to up where Tom Tyson is in Ashwell, Bygrave, and talk to the residents there, because they'll tell you it's not enough. I ask you to come and talk to the farmers in North Hertfordshire, because they will all line up and tell you that it's not enough. What we're doing, what we've done, has been excellent. It's been the best that North Hertfordshire's ever done in the history of the council. The officers are doing a brilliant job, but is it enough? Are we doing everything we can? No, I don't think we are. I think there's lots of little things that we need to sit down and discuss. We need to discuss with the National Farmers Union what works for them. We need to, they came up with this great idea of an amnesty. I was told it was open to fraud. I think that's nonsense, but we need to have that conversation. We need to have a discussion about the bulky waste collection service. Are we doing the best we can there? Do people even know it exists? Are we doing the best we can on messaging? We're doing a great job, but can we do better? Yes, I think we can. We always tell people you have to use a licensed waste collector, but we don't tell them who they are. We need to raise these issues. We need to have these discussions. All this motion does is set up the facilities to have those discussions. Make that happen. Sit down with the county council. Sit down with the NFU. Sit down with the landowners, the waste collectors, the companies, the contractors. Get this all working properly. I'm told it's happening. Doesn't seem to be happening well enough because of the reasons I've raised. People talk about the Police and Crime Commissioner's funding. Well, if you sit with various people, you'll find out there's problems with that funding. But clearly those conversations aren't happening. Our job as North Herts District Council is to take these issues that the residents raise with us really seriously. That's what this motion's doing. We're just listening to what the residents are telling us, what the farmers are telling us, and we're trying to act on it. So, yeah, we need to work out these solutions. This is why this is a good motion. And actually, the Conservative amendments, they weren't the worst things in the world. They were quite political. Now they've passed. I'm happy still to support the motion. So I actually encourage everybody to support this motion, because actually, if you look at what we're doing here, it's all about considering things. It's continuous improvement. It's just trying to work out the best way forwards. We're not committing to anything here. All we're committing to is actually taking serious action. What that action is, that's to be decided. But if we don't take action, we are remiss in our duties as councillors. So those county councillors, if you don't vote in favour of us, you're probably remiss in your duty as a county councillor as well. So I think we should all support this motion, because everybody knows fly tipping is a massive problem and we need to address it.
Thank you, Sam. Councillor David Levitt.
Thank you, Chairman. Some people have said during this debate that this is politically motivated from both sides, from the original proposers and from our amendments. Yes, I agree. It was politically motivated from the original proposers. Probably we shouldn't have been having it this time, but the motion was allowed at council. We therefore had to debate it. Therefore, it is prone to amendment. We can amend it. So we took the decision to put those amendments in, which we think improves the motion. Yes, it's political. This is a council. We're political. We like to debate political issues. This is an issue that a lot of people are very concerned with. Councillor Billing mentioned that it's coming into the towns. I mentioned it in my part as well. We are seeing creep from the urban areas into the rural areas into the urban. It is an important point. I think we've now got an motion with these amendments, make it much stronger, much clearer. It brings out the bit about the funding available. It brings out the bit about the advice. Yes, it was there. And Councillor Harburg, who's done a brilliant job on this so far, says people are aware of it, but obviously not doing enough because half that money was still there and we've still got the problem. So with these amendments, Chair, I think this is now a good motion and I urge everybody to support it. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, David. Councillor Morris.
Thank you, Chairman. I nearly forgot what I was going to talk about there. Yes, with the new and improved fixed penalty notices that the coalition is claiming credit for, I just wondered, does anybody know what are the actual numerical increases that have taken place, please? Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Who would like to respond to that?
Chair, I can include the figures in my summary if that is helpful for Councillor Morris.
Thank you, Sam. That'd be great. So are you okay to wait, Gerald?
I'd like to have had an answer, but clearly it's not available. But there you go.
I think Sam's going to sum up, so I think he's going to give it to.
Fine.
So yeah.
I didn't hear everything you said there. Thank you.
Oh, okay. Yes. So hopefully he'll be answering that very shortly. Thank you, Sam. Thank you, Gerald. Councillor Stanier.
I'm sorry, I'm going to sound a bit like I'm repeating myself here. Nobody is saying that the people who have been working very hard on this don't think it's a problem. We are listening. We recognise there's been a massive increase in the amount of fly tipping that has been happening, and our officers have been struggling to cope with it because it has been massively more across the country than it has before the start of lockdown. And this motion doesn't say anything that we're not already doing. I've said that already. I'll say it again. It's been said. Councillor Dennis Harburg listed at great length the things that we have been doing. If you can come up with something new, that would be great. That would really help. We'll take that on board. But we have been doing all of these things.
Thank you, Carol. Councillor Fake.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. I'm having a real crisis of confidence here, frankly, in the way in which this authority is conducting itself. I am sorry to repeat myself because I will not clearly win the debate, but we do have some standing orders about debating or redebating issues where the council has taken a decision within 6 months. We took a decision to pass a motion that was amended. That becomes the substantive. We are now re-debating on the same night, the same issues. Can I just point it out, Chairman, that if by some perverse chance there was a reversal of the decision and the original motion was now passed, that would in essence negate the amended motion which we passed. I find this profoundly difficult to understand. I don't profess to be omnipotent in respect of legal matters, but I have a little experience as a chairman of these things, and I was guided by some excellent professionals, and I am at odds with my understanding of the position. I rest my case, Chairman.
Thank you, Richard.
If I may, I shall read out the exact wording of the standing order, which addresses this very point, because you are still allowed to make further amendments to the motion. So this is under 4.8.14G5. After an amendment has been carried, the chair may, if requested, read out the amended motion before accepting any further amendments, or if there are none, put the substantive motion as amended for debate and to vote. So you can debate it. That is our standing orders, and that is the wording, councillors. Thank you.
In which case, Chairman, we are debating the amendment, not the original. I heard what the officer said. I think my grasp of the English language is reasonable, even though I learnt it at school, secondary modern school, 60 years ago. And my interpretation of what she has said essentially says we are redebating the amended motion which we passed, not the original.
Yeah.
Thank you. What I'm thinking is make sure that
I'm not going to come in again, Chairman. I've made my point, and end of.
Thank you, Richard. But I would ask Jeanette just one other thing, is that because we had voted and on the amended version, because that was carried, my view is
a substantive motion, Chair.
So
it doesn't stop other people
again.
from putting other amendments to it if they wanted to.
All right, but
you are entitled to put this substantive motion as per the standing orders, as I've just read out, to the debate and then to the vote.
So it is going to the vote. I was thinking, yes, okay.
It will go to the vote after you've had the debate.
The point is, Chairman, it's a substantive motion that we're talking about, not the original motion. And my reason for raising
Richard, give it up.
My reason for raising it, Chairman, is that there is a very real case of potential for confusion amongst all of the members of this council as to what precisely they're voting for.
Okay. Well, I've got some other councillors that wish to speak. So I've got 3 more that wish to speak, and then we will go to the vote then on this substantive motion. Councillor Bryant.
Thank you. I've almost forgotten what I was going to say. As somebody who was at planning last night till 20 to 12, I don't really appreciate points being made in debate about debates at this time of night. Can we please just get to the actual topic and get it over with? And the thing I would like to mention is the fact, as councillors, we need to actually be the influencers. Comms only goes so far. And I think we need to do that in our daily business as councillors. I'm going to let end there because I don't want to give yet another long speech.
Thank you, Val. Councillor Strong.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. I'm not going to make points because I made those when we were debating the amendments. However, the amendments have now been passed. This is the substantive motion, which I hope, and I've heard from 1 or 2 members that they are supportive of those amendments that became the substantive. It's fly tipping. I think it's a, as a motion, whether it's political or not, but it is something that as councillors we should stand up to. And just because we're doing it doesn't mean to say we can't have a motion at council for it. So when we come to the vote, Chairman, I would like a recorded vote, because I want to know which councillors in this council are actually serious about fly tipping and the measures and what we are doing about it. Thank you.
Duly noted, Claire, and is that registered that this is going to be a recorded vote? And I've got one more speaker, which is Councillor Daniel Allen.
Just going to say, can we all stick to facts and information and stop grandstanding?
Thank you, Daniel. Also, Councillor North, sorry, yeah, final one. Then I'm going to draw a line.
Chair, thanks very much. Just to sum up, clearly this has been a very lively debate on a very important topic. And I accept that the motion has now been amended, but I still think that the background of the motion and the reason for the motion still stands. And that is that we as a council are proactive, pragmatic in what we do. And we seek to improve the way that we are working and make sure that that improvement is continuous. And again, I want to reiterate the fantastic work that is already being done, and just comment that we can continue to review what we do. Just to bring up a few points that have been raised by members. Councillor Barnard started and spoke about the fines for fly tipping. I completely agree with him. I think that if the fines are lower than the price of removal of the waste, then clearly that is not something that should continue. And I would ask that as a member of the Conservative Party, he would consider lobbying government to ensure that the police crime sentencing in courts bill perhaps includes something on fly tipping and it equivalates the sentences for fly tipping to those of people who damage statues. Councillor Holmes spoke about the waste centres being open today. I do apologise, but the information that I saw on the website showed very clearly that it said that it was closed. So perhaps that is more of a technical issue than a substantive issue of the tip being closed today. However, I would just like to highlight, as he is in the room, that perhaps would lead or could lead to an issue. So councillors, oh, and finally, Councillor Morris asked about the increase in fixed penalty notices. In the period of 2019 to 2020, there were 8 of the brand new fixed penalty notices, which includes all of the other fixed penalty notices that we issue, rose by 260% on the same figure the previous year. So, councillors, as has been said,
we've lost you, Sam.
Mentioned.
Sam, you've broken up. Sam, you've gone.
Chair, I think I might be back now.
Yes, you are. Yes. Yeah. One of the things that Councillor Morris did ask is, I think he was asking the value. How much is a fixed noticed fine?
My understanding is they are £300.
Okay.
I can be corrected if that's wrong.
In that order.
But as has been mentioned, I'm not quite sure where I got up to before I broke. But councillors, this is an important issue. We must tackle fly tipping and do everything we can to ensure that this massively detrimental crime is tackled. And I don't believe that we should be taking funds away from the police to deal with these things, and we should perhaps be looking at ways in which the county council and the district council can work together to prevent funding coming away from the police and being paid out in grant money. So thank you very much, Chair, and I fully support the motion as amended.
Thank you, Sam. In that case, can I ask Matthew, this is a recorded vote as requested, that we vote on this substantive motion.
Sure, thank you, Chair. So in accordance with Standing Order 4.8.16e, requested by Councillor Claire Strong, I'll just undertake the recorded vote. Councillor Albert.
Thanks to Elizabeth and Carol for their brilliant work, but I'm going to vote for.
Thank you. Councillor Allen.
Against.
Councillor Aspinwall.
Against.
Councillor Barnard. Councillor Claire Billing.
I was for.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Barnard. Thank you. Councillor Claire Billing.
Against.
Councillor Judy Billing.
Sorry, abstain with my microphone on.
Councillor Bishop.
For.
Councillor Brown.
Abstain.
Councillor Bryant.
Against.
Councillor Clark.
For.
Councillor Collins.
Happily for. This is one of the things I wanted to do when I got elected.
Councillor Davies.
For.
Councillor Dennis Harburg.
Oh gosh. We're already doing this, aren't we? So against, it's pointless.
Councillor Derbyshire.
For.
Councillor Green.
Or.
Councillor Grindle.
Abstain.
Councillor Harwood.
For.
Councillor Hone.
I said I have to abstain.
Councillor Hoskins.
Abstain.
Councillor Houston.
Against.
Councillor Hunter.
For.
Councillor Jarvis.
For.
Councillor Levitt.
For.
Councillor Mantle.
Against.
Councillor Moody.
For.
Councillor Morris.
For.
Councillor Muir. Councillor Muir.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Nash.
For.
Councillor Nguala.
Against.
Councillor North.
For.
Councillor Rice.
For.
Councillor Ruggiero Chaka.
Against.
Councillor Shanley.
For.
Councillor Stanya.
Abstain.
Thank you. Councillor Steers Hanscom.
Abstain.
Councillor Strong.
For.
Councillor Tart.
Against.
Councillor Thake.
For.
Councillor Tyler.
For.
Councillor Tyson.
For.
Councillor Weeks. Okay, so the result is that's 23 for, 10 abstentions. No, 10 against, sorry. 7 abstentions.
So carried. Yeah.
Carried. Thank you.
Thank you, Matthew. We'll then go on to the next item, which is the 20-mile-an-hour speed limits. Just to be sure that there has been an alteration to the motion. Could I ask Councillor Paul Clark to move the motion, please?
Would help if I took myself off of muting to start with, so you can hear my dulcet tones. I will try and accede to Judy's wishes and keep the speech short. So, speeding kills. Who amongst us remembers that phrase? Personally, I have experience as a traffic officer working for the Highways Agency and Highways England of the devastation speed can bring to people's lives on major motorways and A roads. It is no different on our local roads. Speeding puts people at risk in towns and villages. You have children, adults, and less mobile adults. And I probably count myself there because you haven't seen me trying to cross the road of late. Over the pandemic time, there has been a lot less traffic on our roads and residents have taken to walking and cycling to enjoy our towns and surrounding countryside as we come out of lockdown. We need to encourage people to continue to enjoy these pleasures, which are good for them and the environment with lower emission rates. We therefore need to make it safe to do this, and I believe area-wide 20's plenty is one way to do this. And who else is backing this idea? Well, it has the backing of the UK government, the World Health Organization, the United Nations and Public Health England. Along, we are told, by 20's Plenty, the charitable organisation nationally promoting the principle, 71% of the population, with 14% against. I realise this only comes to 85, but the other 15 are obviously still coming to a conclusion. That being said, there may be local areas where they have experience of 20 zones, where you normally have traffic calming measures that are not happy with the schemes and so object to it. But we were presented the figures at a presentation by 20's Plenty, so I go on those figures, the ones we have to hand. One point to note is that area-wide 20s are implemented normally without traffic calming measures, but do require signage and public engagement and education to be a success. Zones, in a lot of cases, do require traffic calming, such as speed humps, which is what makes them expensive and confusing and only covers a certain area of the town at one time. And also things like speed humps are not liked by cyclists and motorists going forward. Accidents happen every day in our towns and villages. With speeds at 40 miles an hour, the average killed are 31% of all ages over 60, 98% fatal. At 30 miles an hour, 7% of all ages end up as fatal. Over 60s, it's 50%. At 20, it is 1% of all ages and 5% of the over 60s. As a council, we are doing what we can, and that's why we welcome the work being done by North Herts, but we need to do more to make our area safe as possible for our residents. And this is one way to do that. I'm happy to move the motion and I hope colleagues are able to support it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Paul. Can I have a seconder, please? I believe it's going to be Councillor Collins.
It is indeed, Chair. Thank you very much. I do indeed second, and I'm not going to reserve my right to speak because I'm going to speak now. So sorry about that, because we're just moving on. So I was looking on social media earlier on, and a resident of North Hertfordshire said that the only people who support 20-mile-an-hour speed limits are people without cars or who hate cars, or those who don't have very fast cars or like driving quickly. This is one of the reasons that I decided that I probably should be the person to support this, to second this motion, because I'm pretty sure none of those claims apply to me. I'm Formula One's official technical analyst. I am a former rally driver, a former racing driver, and I'm going to give you a little bit of a backstory on my relationship with speed limits. I have a clean license, which to me and probably everybody else is a bit of a shock. But I remember hanging from my seatbelts upside down in a Peugeot 205 in a forest in Surrey, having knocked down 6 trees. I love trees. At 67 miles an hour. Now, a Peugeot 205 isn't a big car. Cars got heavier now. 67 miles an hour isn't a high speed. I'd gone off a rally stage because the organisers had changed the stage, moved to chicane, and it was a big off. We rolled 6 times. The car was a write-off. I was in hospital for 2 days. My co-driver was in hospital for a while as well. Partly my fault, because when I did the seatbelts, I landed on him, broke his collarbone. And I remember, and it's a bizarre thought, I remember hanging in my seatbelts thinking, we weren't even going that fast, and look at the damage we've done. Now, a few years ago, and a lot of people don't know this, in fact, most of you don't know this, I'd gone into Hitchin in the morning to Waitrose to pick up some croissants because I wanted croissants for breakfast. And I was pootling up Hermitage Road at probably about 15 or 16 miles an hour, just meandering because I could see the lights were red at the top of the hill. A chap was on his way to the football match at Luton and didn't want to miss kickoff or training or whatever he wanted to get there for. So he was sprinting along because he could see the bus was coming the other way. He ran across the road. He didn't look. And there was me, driving along, just looking at their traffic lights. Guy runs straight out in front of me, hit him. He bounced off my windscreen, smashed the windscreen, flew off, hit a Fiat Punto parked on the side. Bleeding from the head, I got out of the car. I thought I killed the guy. Now, if you've never hit somebody in a car, or you've never had a big car crash, you don't know what that feels like. But when you think you've hit somebody and killed them, that's not nice. And for somebody like me who knows how to drive, who's driven competitively and professionally, in that situation, it's not just, it's everything. Your whole world comes to a dead stop. It's like a Hollywood film. And fortunately, the guy was okay. He went off to the Lister and had a bit of a sore head, and I think he's not going to not stop, look and listen again. But stop, look and listen is really important, because as we move to electrification of modern cars, they don't make a noise. You can't hear them coming. The EU had some great legislation on the way to allow you to hear electric cars coming, but now we're out of the EU. Maybe we won't adopt that legislation. So it may be that silent cars, hybrid cars like Councillor Clark drives, they can sneak up on you at low speeds, and you might not hear them. People don't stop and look and listen like they used to. So we need to be careful, because if you hit somebody at 30 miles an hour, you're going to make a mess. Faster, you're going to make a big mess. 20 miles an hour, it's going to hurt, but they'll walk away or hobble away or maybe go away in a wheelchair, but they won't be dead. And that's what we're talking about, whether somebody's going to be dead, particularly children. So we need to be really careful about this. This isn't a political matter. This is about keeping kids alive. I'm a parent. I want to keep my little one alive, and so do most of you. So don't muck about with this on politics. Don't muck about with this on vehicle standards or driving standards. I'm someone who likes driving fast. I like fast cars. I make a living from it. 20-mile-an-hour speed limits aren't anti-motorist. They aren't anti-choice. They're just common sense in residential areas. And that's what we're calling for. As for the traffic calming sort of debate, just put it this way. Traffic calming, speed bumps, they increase emissions. They're not good for ambulances. 20-mile-an-hour speed limits are good. There are debates on other areas around it, but let's have 20-mile-an-hour speed limits in roads where you don't need to drive fast. Judy Billing's done a great job up in
Point of
Bearton.
order, Chair. 5 minutes.
Yes, I was just indicating.
He shouted me down when I was talking about Judy Billing. Judy Billing's done a great job in Bearton, and that was my end point.
Thank you, Sam. Very interesting. Okay, we have got some other speakers. Councillor George Davis first.
Thank you, Chair. It might surprise some people, but the more I read this motion, the more I actually like it. The first point that was added earlier today, thanking existing district and county councillors for the work they've already done, I think that's essential, and I'd have looked to put that in if it wasn't there. The note on the United Nations is interesting. I believe that this is a quote from the 20s Plenty campaign, except for the word mandated, and the version of the quote I could find from them was endorsed. I believe what has happened here is that the UN has endorsed a report calling for the mandatory 20-mile-an-hour limits. So I would feel a little more comfortable if we used the alternate wording there. Support for 20-mile-an-hour default speed limits. I looked this up earlier, and apparently that's currently the policy for new developments, at least, where they should be built not only for 20-mile-an-hour limits, but with inbuilt traffic calming to encourage that to be the maximum speed just naturally. Number 4, that research, I will admit, I was surprised by this when I first read it, but I've looked this up, and yeah, this seems to be the case. So that's some very impressive statistics there, frankly. I'm sorry. It is quite kind of this motion to mention the 7 million that HCC has recently allocated for 20-mile-an-hour zones. I do feel that the word if is doing a bit of heavy lifting in clause 5, if each scheme requires complex traffic calming, because that isn't going to be the case, as in fact clause 6 suggests, which is additional measures are required in some zones, but not all of them. And I believe the current policy, again, is that 20-mile-an-hour zones can be introduced quite quickly and cheaply where mean speeds are currently below an acceptable limit. And it's only when the current mean speeds will need additional measures to reduce them that, that we have to go for more advanced traffic calming measures. The one omission I find from this, which I find a little surprising for a council that has prided itself in increasing resident engagement with all of our cabinet panels and increasing participation in meetings, is resident engagement. And so if I may, I would propose what I hope will be interpreted as it's intended as a small helpful amendment. Firstly, in number 2, to change that word mandated to endorsed. And secondly, in clause 7, to after the word villages, add the words where appropriate and desired by residents. And other than that, I would support this motion.
Thank you, George. Councillor Clark, would you support those amendments?
I'm just checking the wording in 7. Can I come back to you when I sum up?
Yes, sure. Okay, Councillor Morris.
No, Chairman, point of order. As he's moved those as amendments, I would like to second those as amendments, and I reserve my right.
Thank you, Claire. Yes, you're right, absolutely right.
That's if they're not going to be accepted.
Yeah, no, that's what we don't know yet. Okay, so we've got a proposer and a seconder if Paul doesn't accept them, which he may do, he may not.
I think we'll just accept that this is been amended now because it's been seconded. It get confusing again if we go back again.
Well, but surely the motion, Councillor Clark has to approve that. Say he agrees.
Yeah, I'm happy to accept it.
Oh, you are. Okay. In that case, thank you very much. That's so those. Thank you, George, for those suggestions, and thank you, Councillor Clark, and thank you, Jeanette, for the advice there. We still have some.
Chair, sorry to jump in. I think the seconder has to accept it. As a seconder, I'll say I'll accept it just to move on.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Sam. We still got some other speakers.
Shall I speak now, Chairman?
Well, I've got Mr. Morris. Is that Councillor Morris?
You did ask me about 10 minutes ago.
Yes, sorry, Gerald. Go on.
Thank you, Chairman. Some members will be aware that I've been campaigning for 20-mile-an-hour speed limits in my ward villages for as long as I can remember. The only point I would make is I don't quite understand increased journey times by just 10 seconds per mile is what it says about halfway down the page. My calculation is that the difference between 30 miles an hour and 20 miles an hour is obviously 10 miles an hour. And if you divide 10 into 60 minutes, that works out at 6 minutes per mile for how much longer a journey will take. 6 minutes is how much longer a journey will take, not 10 seconds. I don't know, maybe my mathematics is wrong, but I think it's right. Thank you, Chairman. That's
okay.
The only point I would make.
Councillor Clark or Councillor Collins, would you like to address that?
I'd rather we heard everybody that needs to speak because before we get to tomorrow.
Alrighty, and we're close to tomorrow. Yes, Councillor Sam North.
Thank you very much, Chair. As a former police officer, I know very well the difference that an impact at 30 miles an hour and 20 miles an hour can make. And I'm reminded of one specific incident that occurred on a high street where I was working, where a motorcycle had a collision with a vehicle, a car at 30 miles an hour. I remember attending the scene and the motorcyclist screaming. The screams weren't because they were in pain. The screams were because they had such significant brain damage that their brain automatically made them scream. And they had to have a series of significant operations to change that. A few days later, I attended another incident in a 20-mile-an-hour speed limit with a motorcycle and a vehicle in very similar circumstances, where the only damage was a dent to the front of the car. That clearly shows and is clear in my mind why 20-mile-an-hour speed limits are beneficial. Across Hertfordshire, since the 2010-2014 average, we've seen an increase of the number of people killed and seriously injured on Hertfordshire's roads increased by 13.7%. This is a huge increase, and 20-mile-an-hour speed limits will go some way to reducing the number of people killed and seriously injured on our roads. Of course, there is more that needs to be done. We need to ensure that there is appropriate enforcement, but that is not within the gift of this council, but within the gift of the police and, of course, the Police and Crime Commissioner. So I fully support this motion, both because of personal circumstances where I have seen the impact of the difference of 30 and 20, but also through the statistics that we see plainly and clearly of the increase of number of people killed and seriously injured on our roads. Thank you.
Thank you, Sam. Councillor Julie Billing. Judy?
I'm certain that Councillor Albert was before me.
Oh, I think you're absolutely right. I do apologise. Councillor Albert, apologies to you.
Not a problem, Chair. Thank you. It's getting late, and I'll be brief. Support the motion. Welcome the fact that that Councillor Clark did listen to me on this occasion and took on board paragraph 1 that I proposed to him, which was to recognise that actually cross-party, there's brilliant work being done by all councillors from all parties here about 20-mile-an-hour zones. It's not just Labour or Liberal Democrats, it's Conservative colleagues as well. I welcome that's now in there. But I think also it's important to recognise, and I do want to briefly mention in paragraph 6 that our experience, and I would thank, working with my brilliant colleague Judy Billing and Val Bryant, and Judy's work in 20-mile-an-hour zones. I think we know in Bearton Ward that there are mixed opinions about what is and isn't popular amongst motorists and residents. We've had regular Zoom meetings with different roads in Bearton Ward. And I think where you see in Bearton Road itself, a speed limit of, after the speed tests that were done, of 29 miles an hour in a 20-mile-an-hour zone, you know that public information and additional signage like that alone isn't actually going to do the job. So that is where, not necessarily speed humps for all the reasons that Councillor Collins mentioned, but other calming measures are necessary, or indeed potentially the cameras, and the police commissioner has got maybe a new initiative around cameras. So that's why we do think there may be a need for additional measures, and that's why I welcome that last sentence. But I would like to propose a small amendment, which is, my small amendment is to add, are more popular with some motorists and some residents. Adding the word some on 2 occasions, some motorists and some residents. And I'd like to propose that as an amendment. And finally, I think here, I hope we can all take forward item 8 together, which is a campaign across the whole of Hertfordshire, working with county, working with districts on a 20-mile-an-hour speed limit project. And I think that amendment, and I was one of the ones that suggested that in that amendment in paragraph 8, I think that is the way forward, and is the way forward cross-party that we can take this forward. And I hope that's why you'll support these additions there, support my proposed 2-word amendment, and support the motion in the end, Chair. Thank you.
Chair, point of personal clarification.
Yes.
As seconder, I support what Councillor Albert just said.
Okay. Councillor Clark, do you support that?
Considering I made it clear in the speech that the 71-14% is based on national figures, for which Councillor Albert has fully accepted as a supporter of the 20s Plenty campaign, but consideration to other councillors and given the time at night, I will follow my seconder and agree the nomination.
Thank you. Thank you. Now, Councillor Judy Billing.
Thank you, Chair. And I'm relieved that that's been accepted, because in all honesty, it was really hard for me to accept, given the work that I've done on 20 is Plenty, given the 25 streets in my ward that are now in a 20-mile-an-hour zone, but given the fact also that it took 6 years, so it's not that quick and simple to get there, I simply can't accept absolutely everything that a national body says. I have been part of the 20s Plenty movement for 10 years now, but that doesn't mean that everything they say is always right. And on behalf of our residents, it is some residents who prefer not to have traffic calming measures, but you will then get a street as part of our 25, like Bearton Road, where it isn't working at the moment. Most of the streets it's working, some it just doesn't quite, and then you have to look at other measures. And therefore, I couldn't, on behalf of my residents, just accept that all residents or most residents think this or think that. it's my experience, and when it comes to parking, traffic calming, speeding, there's nearly a different opinion for every single resident that you represent. And not to recognise that, I think it is short-sighted. The real worry, of course, is that most of this work sits with the county council. The real worry is that both Steve Jarvis and I have been part of the members advisory group working on the emerging speed strategy. And we know that in some ways, I think it's true for Steve as well, that we believe that actually the county council in the last year has made it more difficult rather than easier to get a 20-mile-an-hour zone put in place. And that's why we need the backing of everybody at the district council, cross-party, to do everything that we possibly can to make sure that we emerge from that in a way that makes it easier rather than more difficult. So of course I will support this. It would be absurd for me not to, given the campaign and the work that we've been involved with for 10 years now. But I cannot allow the dogmatism of saying what everybody thinks when it isn't what everybody thinks. It's a small point, but to me, it's really, really important. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Judy. And we're just about to hear from Councillor Jarvis.
Thank you. Yes, and I too have been pleased to be able to introduce 20-mile-an-hour speed limits in 2 villages and 1 piece of Great Ashby, and started to work on some more. I think the thing that concerns me, and Judy's already mentioned this, is actually with the changes that the county council has just made, none of those would be capable of being implemented. And Dr. Davis raises the point about consultation. Now, of course, those schemes have all had consultation, and many other villages, particularly, although there are particular areas in towns as well, have expressed the desire to see 20-mile-an-hour limits. So the demand is there for more, not less. But the county council has changed the rules to make it more difficult. It ran a consultation on changing the rules a bit, and then it changed them even more. And they're now trying to argue that this is okay because they're going to spend £7 million on putting in humps and other traffic calming measures. And a little calculation suggests that £7 million will probably do maybe 1 or perhaps 1.5 of Hertfordshire's large towns, somewhere the size of Watford or Stevenage. But Lancashire spent less than that money doing it. And actually, it's interesting, it was a Conservative run council in Lancashire when they did it. Lancashire spent less than half that doing every suitable road in the county. So there's 2 reasons why we need to go down the route set out in this motion. Firstly, because we actually need to get the 20-mile-an-hour limits introduced. And secondly, because we need to stop the county council from wasting our money doing it in a ridiculous way. And that's so really the crux of this matter, of this motion, is about point 8. The rest is the background of explaining why it's important. But what we actually need to do is get an acceptance across Hertfordshire that the solution is to introduce wide-scale 20-mile-an-hour limits without a lot of traffic calming in most places. Now, Judy has mentioned that there may be some places where there are exceptions to that. But we need to change the position from a position where lots of money is being spent everywhere that 20-mile-an-hour is introduced, and that isn't going to be everywhere it's needed, to one where it's only spent as an exception, and that we actually have area-wide schemes that introduce 20-mile-an-hour limits at the lowest cost it can be done. So that's the important thing. And we need to persuade the county council that actually their present stance is wrong, and that places like Suffolk and Lancashire got a better solution for less money.
Thank you, Steve. I've got 2 more councillors who wish to speak, and after that, I'm going to put a line under it and then go to Councillor Clark's right to reply. Councillor Terry Home.
Thank you. I'm in confused.com mode here. I've heard 2 county councillors speak and say what they have done in terms of getting various things happen. I've not heard any district councillors say what they've done to get 20-mile-an-hour limits put on their roads, because it's not the responsibility of this authority, right? So district councillors, sorry, all you can do is lobby. You can lobby your county councillors to lobby which is all this motion is just let's lobby Herts County Council and let encourage them, and perhaps your county councillors even, to use their highways locality budgets to perhaps put in some speed limits, as some councillors on this meeting have done, haven't they? And they've just said they have. So yes, it's only county council can do this. So why this is coming here is, all it is saying, can North Herts District Council lobby Herts County Council? Because this North Herts District Council can do absolutely limited things to get things done around 20 miles an hour. It is responsibility of Herts County Council, and it's your county councillors, two of which have spoken today, who said they put them in place, and other county councillors may well have put things in place, but we're not here to discuss county council business. We're here to discuss North Herts District Council business, aren't we? I would have thought perhaps that's not the case, though. This is county business, not district business. Please just lobby, which is what you want to do.
Thank you, Terry. Councillor Barnard.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I'm not surprised at Councillor Jarvis or indeed Councillor Billing on this. Councillor Abbott mentioned Bearton Road. Well, Bearton Road, there's no way in the world you can go down there above 20 miles an hour anyway, because there's cars parked each side of the road, and I go down there probably 4 or 5 times a week. So
point of order, Chair. Point of order, Chair. There is police tests have shown that the average speed on that road is 29 miles an hour. I can show you the evidence, Councillor Barnard.
Thank you, Councillor Albert. Let Councillor Barnard finish, please.
And that was your point of order on my head.
I'd be very interested, and the interruption was really not welcome on that occasion. I respect you, Ian, as you very well know. Councillor Jarvis mentions the £7 million that the County Council has reserved and allocated towards investigations towards 20 mile an hour speed limits. Now, I am particularly interested because pretty well all of my villages that I represent want 20 mile an hour speed limits, and I support them wholeheartedly. However, just to stick up signs saying 20 mile an hour is unenforceable. There's no way of enforcing it. And so therefore the investigation that the £7 million will have will be to see if there are meant to be physical traffic calming measures in order to make it a 20 mile an hour speed limit. So that £7 million will be well spent, and it will be well administered, and it will be administered in a way that it can be properly looked after, and that 20 miles an hour will be the speed. Just to stick up signs, as the Lib Dems and the Labour want, is absolute nonsense, and it is anyway a county business, not North Herts. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Now I'm drawing the line under there. I'm going to get Paul Clark's response. Terry, your hand's still up, but I'm sorry you have spoke. Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I promised I'd come back to Councillor Morris's point. This is taken from an average speed, average journey research done by 20's Plenty. I can forward you the slides from the presentation that was done the other week if you would like, so you can have the 40 odd slides there and go through it yourself. If you're suffering from insomnia, which I'm sure everybody else is not, I'd like to thank the people for their input in today's motion. It's trying for North Herts to be more proactive in this and supporting its residents where they want it, and complementing the good work. It's not just traffic calming measures, but also public education. And I do notice that Councillor Barnard is now off camera, so I take it that means he will not be voting.
Yeah, I think it was just slightly off camera. It has been during some of the debate, but when he comes back, he always seems to be in the same place. So I think it's a technical issue.
Yeah, point of order.
He's had a cough. Let the man have a cough and still vote, for goodness sake.
Chair, point of order.
Sam.
Look, it's something we talk about a lot in here, and this is a proper point of order. Do we No, the rules say you must be on camera at all times. Now, if you're slightly out of camera, now nobody pointed out earlier, but I was off camera because the camera decided to not be on camera. But everybody knew I was on camera because I was chatting to them on social media about what we were talking about in the meeting. So everybody knew I was involved. So we do need to take a little bit of a rule on where do we draw the line. And you're the chair, so if he's bounced out of shot and he's clearly having a cough and he's not disappeared off to pick up the pizza or whatever, that's what the rule's supposed to do.
Is there a pizza involved?
If he's off for like a split second, it doesn't really matter. But if he's off for like,
I do accept it, and I do accept that Councillor Barnard can vote. I'm sorry, Councillor Clark. But with that, I would like to take us to the vote. But we have to. I just want to make sure we've got the wording correct for our minutes, because there was two separate councillor amendments to these. Matthew or the team, have we recorded those?
Yes, Chair. I do have the words from Councillor Davies' amendment. So on the second point, Councillor Davies wished to put the word in endorse instead of mandated. So notes that United Nations have endorsed the setting of 30 kph. Then on point 7, where appropriate and where desired by residents, to go after the villages on point 7 of that.
Councillor Albert with
yes,
some. Was that? Yeah, okay.
That's right, Councillor Albert on number 6, add some motorists and some residents.
Okay, and they've both been accepted by the proposer and the seconder. So in that case, I'm drawing.
Chair, just to dive in and to incur the incredible wrath of my fellow councillors and suggest we probably have a break before the next motion. I'm really sorry about this, but could I request a recorded vote?
You can request a recorded vote, and it is noted. We've got one more item, which is hybrid meetings after this. It depends on whether people feel they need a break or they just want to go to the finishing line. Any views?
Sorry, Judy.
I suggest, Chair, we go to the finishing line, please.
Okay.
Yeah, finishing line, for God's
Just
sake.
get on with it. I want to go to bed.
Finishing line it is then. Okay, well, we need to have the vote first, and it needs to be recorded.
Sorry, Chair, could I literally request like 1 minute, like 1 or 2 minutes in between, just so we can vote? Literally 2 minutes.
All right. Well, let's take the vote first, Councillor Harwood. And okay, we'll have a minute before we move on to the last item of the agenda tonight. Matthew, can I ask you to take us to a recorded vote, please, for this motion amended as amended?
Yes, sure. So as Councillor Collins requested the recorded vote, I'll just carry that out now. Councillor Albert.
For.
Councillor Allen.
For.
Councillor Aspinwall.
For.
Councillor Barnard.
For.
Councillor Claire Billing.
Councillor Billing has dropped out, I understand.
Okay, Councillor Judy Billing.
Obviously for.
Councillor Bishop.
For.
Councillor Brown.
For.
Councillor Bryant. Councillor Bryant. No. Councillor Clark.
For.
Councillor Collins.
For, with apologies to my fellow councillors for the recorded vote.
Councillor Davies.
For.
Councillor Dennis Harburg.
For.
Councillor Derbyshire.
For.
Councillor Green.
For.
Councillor Grindle.
For.
Councillor Harwood.
For.
Councillor Hone.
For.
Councillor Hoskins.
For.
Councillor Houston. For. Councillor Hunter.
For.
Councillor Jarvis.
For.
Councillor Levitt.
4.
Councillor Mantle.
4.
Councillor Moody.
4.
Councillor Morris.
4.
Councillor Muir.
4.
Councillor Nash.
4.
Councillor Maguire.
4.
Councillor North.
4.
Councillor Rice. Councillor Rice. No. Councillor Ruggiero Chaka.
4.
Councillor Shanley. Councillor Stanya.
4.
Councillor Steers Hanscom.
4.
Councillor Strong.
4.
Councillor Thake.
4.
Councillor Tyler.
4.
Councillor Tyson.
4.
Councillor Weeks. No. There were some that didn't vote. I didn't get Councillor Claire Billing as she joined. No.
If they wasn't present for the vote, then it's not, they can't vote. Yeah.
Mm.
Oh, you were there, Claire. Did you vote? Did you go somewhere?
I got kicked out.
Okay. I won't accept. So the vote is carried. That was 34.
Thank you very much,
I
Matthew.
would have voted for anyway.
Okay, thank you.
But Chairman, under the rules of debate, if she heard all of the debate, and it was only when we were voting she missed it, I think she should count her vote.
I'm happy to if it was 30,
Okay. That's yes.
35 and
Yeah,
4.
Claire's voting for. Right. Okay. Right, and Councillor Harwood wanted a 1 minute break. So
It's all right, I'm back now.
Oh, you had your 1 minute break.
I did,
All right.
after all voting, yeah.
Oh, okay. All right. So we don't have to have a break. That's great news in some respects. At least it's a 1 minute we're going to gain. So we're moving on next to item C, which is the hybrid meetings. Could I ask Councillor Martin Steers Hanscom to move the motion, please?
Yes, thank you very much, Chair. There are times when we use motions to put forward our party positions and to have a debate with each other and come to a conclusion, as we've done in the previous 2 motions. However, unusually, there are also times when it seems to me it's the responsibility of the leader of the council to seek the support of the whole council in a motion to demonstrate that we speak to government with one voice. This, in my view, is one such time. I've spoken to David, and because he indicated that the amendment tabled in Councillor Billing's name would also receive all party support, then I have checked with my seconder and we are accepting the amendment. So we're talking about one motion as amended.
Okay.
We're still in the midst of a pandemic. Our officers have been outstanding in the way they've responded to keep the day-to-day work of the council going, on top of protecting our residents from COVID and enabling the democratic working of the council to continue through remote meetings like this. They are still here at 11:45, and last night they were still here at 11:45. They have been absolutely exemplary in their dedication to this work, and we have countless examples of staff at all levels and in all departments going way beyond the call of duty. What an incredible and unacceptable slap in the face to be told by the government, under the pretense of a lack of legislative time, that our officers have to prepare for face-to-face meetings from May the 7th, while Parliament continues to hold hybrid meetings. What hypocrisy! How dare they? A civil servant made the mistake of including all the councillor leaders' email addresses in an email from the minister at this time instead of the usual blind copy. What a mistake he made. I don't think I have ever got so many emails in one day from other council leaders. And it was interesting that the angry responses were often strongest from Conservative council leaders. The motion goes on to outline some of the gains made by holding remote meetings, quite apart from keeping those who are vulnerable safe from COVID. Clearly, we must add our response to that of others as to why we need to have the flexibility going forward for remote or hybrid meetings. I won't labour the point. The motion speaks for itself. It's nearly midnight. It's a no-brainer, really. In moving the motion, I trust you will support the motion. In doing so, our staff unanimously. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Martin. Councillor Clark, I believe you're seconding.
Yes, that's correct, Madam Chairman. I'll just add for my
Madam
own
Chairman?
Mr. Chairman, is that it
Sorry.
it doesn't highlight sufficiently the extra community engagement we've got, the extra people. I mean, Monday night's planning meeting had 350 people tuned in, so it has engaged us more. So I'm happy to second, and that's the lot from me.
Thank you very much, Paul. Into debate, I have Councillor Levitt first.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be fairly quick. Fully support the motion. As my own members know and others know, I have lobbied since November to keep these virtual meetings. It's about good. It's not about politics. It's about good governance for local government and the best way we can meet and work. If this meeting tonight was in the council chamber, some of us members here would have to be driving home 20, 30 minutes drive in the dark, very tired. And this actually just shows the benefits. Yes, it may not be right for all, and it is good to have that face-to-face meeting, but this enables us all to meet as and when we choose. Officers don't have to travel home. We don't have to travel home. It should be our decision. We know we've got a court case on the 21st of May, which the Minister himself is supporting. Robert Jenrick is supporting the court case, or as other Conservative ministers and other Conservative leaders. Please vote yes and please support this motion. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, David. Councillor Gerald Morris.
Thank you, Chairman. Whilst it's great using Zoom and all the rest of them for all sorts of meetings, particularly some of them can be pretty tedious, not mentioning any in particular, but some parish council meetings can, not naming any names. I'm not sure that remotely watching some meetings on a computer screen does really encourage more community engagement. I also think that the unintended consequences of leaving this to the discretion of officers and members could, not necessarily will, but could result in some members and officers actually who are less committed taking advantage and just sitting at home and not becoming more involved. Full council meetings in particular, I believe, contrary obviously to public, some of the opinion here, should, I believe, be held in the flesh. Thank you.
Thank you, Gerald. Councillor Nash.
Yeah, just not in any particular order, but it's quite straightforward and plain, isn't it? It's better for the environment because we won't be driving to the council offices. It's cheaper for the council and it's less outlay for the residents of North Harts. The meetings are much more accessible when they're online. Probably you will all have noticed that there's much better attendance since the lockdown at any meetings. When we've just been on Zoom, you can, I mean, it's hard sometimes, isn't it, when you can be one place in 1 minute and then 10 minutes later you're 100 miles away or whatever. Certainly as a single parent, it makes it much, much easier and accessible. But I think there's just more and more positives to having Zoom meetings than having to travel. Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa. Councillor Collins.
Thank you, Chair. Councillor Morris's comments amused me greatly because it's a bit like watching an old black and white film. You know, it's like looking at Casablanca or something from the 20th century. We've moved on. The world's changed. You know, not just with COVID, but the world has changed. It's modernised. Councillor Allen in particular and myself have called for this council to modernise. We should be live streaming, regardless of what's going on with meetings in person or in chamber. We should be live streaming every single meeting. We should be engaging with the public. And I think Councillor Billing will be able to back me up on this, that public engagement during this time has gone through the roof because people have been able to access the meetings, been able to access things in different ways. We've used technology in such a positive way. It's fantastic. But what the government is asking us to do is fundamentally reprehensible. I'm really encouraged to hear Councillor Levitt speaking in support of common sense here. to get 49 people plus officers in a room, a small room, together during a global pandemic. And don't think COVID's gone away because the pubs are opening up. You can go and have a pint in the garden. COVID's not gone away. There's an outbreak in Wandsworth. There's an outbreak in India of a new variant. We're not out of the woods yet. The Prime Minister has said as much. It's rare you hear me agreeing with the Prime Minister, but he said as much. Lockdown worked. The vaccines aren't the reason for the reduction. Yeah, it's great, but not all of us are vaccinated yet. There's people like me and there's other councillors in this meeting. If I got a positive COVID test, and I have a test every 3 days at the moment, I lose a significant chunk of my income because I'm not allowed to go to work. So there's a lot of people here who have different conditions. Some people have got conditions that means they can't, if a COVID can kill them. It doesn't matter if they're old or young. You don't know. So to get all of these people in a room, not just in North Arts District Council, county councils, parish councils, to force everybody into a room like that is one of the most irresponsible things a government could do. It's fundamentally dangerous. We have a duty to object to that. And so I'm really pleased to hear the leader of the Conservative group speak against it. I'd love to hear the leader of the Labour group speak against it, but I think I know where he stands on it because I've spoken to him privately. And just to force us all back in is ridiculous. We should, in the strongest possible terms, object to the government on this.
Thank you, Sam. Councillor Julie Billing.
The leader of the Labour group is the leader of the council, and he proposed this motion, so I'm not quite sure what Sam meant then. I just wanted to say, mostly, I'm glad I haven't got to move the amendment, which I feel very strongly about. But I did want to say, because Gerald Morris has made me say it, that for those of us who have spent the last year shielding mostly, being told in letters on a fortnightly basis from Matt Hancock and Jenrick that if we so much as dare leave our front doors, we'll immediately die. That's more or less what we've been told, those of us who've been shielding, that you suddenly got to go to a load of meetings with loads of people in a council chamber is completely and utterly insane, I have to say. And it's not lost on me that Gerald Morris, a few years ago, made a formal complaint about me for using an iPad at a meeting to take notes on. So, you know, some of us have moved on since then. I'd moved on at the time, clearly. Some of us have moved on since then, and it is absolutely the case that the public and community engagement that we've managed to get involved with, it's been a completely unintended consequence. It's not something I ever would have expected, but some of the whole street meetings that we've had and some of the town talks have attracted many, many more people who would sooner die than go to some horrible, shouty councillors' public meeting, but are happy to engage from their sofas and their lounges and at the kids' bedtime and while they're making dinner.
I think you've made your point, Julie.
Oh, right. Sorry, am I going on? I'm so sorry.
Thank you, though. Thank you. It's very worthwhile.
I'm obviously what they call overtired. Sorry.
We're on the home straight, so hopefully we'll be all
no,
going
I'm
to bed
really
soon.
sorry. I'm really sorry.
Julie, no problem. Councillor Nguana.
Mr. Chairman, can I politely ask that all speeches are limited now and we go to the vote as quickly as possible? Thank you.
Yes, you can. Okay, we're going to limit it to the maximum of 2 minutes. And we've got 4 speakers that are lined up. And after that 4, I'm going to draw a line under the 5, then I'll draw a line under that and we'll go to the vote. Thank you, Sue. Gerald, Councillor Morris.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman. Councillor Morris has already spoken in the debate, so is he allowed to?
Can I not answer the criticisms that have been made of me, Chairman?
Point of order, Chair, just to be awkward and speaking in favour of somebody from a different group, you are allowed a point of personal clarification, but if Gerald Morris wants to clarify he's not from the 20th century, I would be interested to hear that.
Chairman,
the right to reply.
This is a valid point of order, Chairman. I would like to move under the Constitution that the motion now be put. We're getting a little bit antsy in that, and under the Constitution, I can move.
Yes, you can.
Now be put.
And I second.
You need a seconder. You need a seconder.
I'm happy to second that, Mr.
Okay,
Chairman.
so Mr. Councillor Levitt is motioning to go to the vote, and Councillor Clark is seconding. So therefore, I am going to go straight to the vote on this. And can I ask?
Mr. Chairman, democratically, I don't think that if there are people who are registered to vote to speak, you should be doing that.
Well, if I can check with Jeanette, but I believe that is true. If somebody moves the motion and seconded,
it's a closure motion, and it's been put and it's been seconded, so that's definitely under our standing orders.
Well, Chairman, I think this is our Jackie Weaver's moment, then, isn't it?
Yes.
On a point of order, I think when a motion is put, it has to be voted on. So we have to vote on the closure motion.
You're absolutely right, Martin.
Can I just ask for clarification, Chair, whether I have a right of reply?
You do.
You do, yes.
Thank you.
Right. Well, I've only got one hand that's raised now, and that's Martin's. So I'm going to take that. And
I thought we were going to vote on the closure. Chair,
sorry.
This is important. And if I am coming to write a reply, I'm sad that the other two speakers couldn't speak, because, as I said at the beginning, I think I want everyone to vote in favour of this motion, because it's very clear the importance. And the only thing I wanted to say in summing up in response to Gerald is that if this flexibility is given to us by government, the possibility of having face-to-face meetings doesn't go. We will still have that flexibility, and certainly when things get back to a new normal, then I would hope we would do that. And clearly, early in each civic year, we would be wanting to do that. So we still got the flexibility. What this motion does is ensure that we can keep safe, continue what we're doing at the moment, and put the information into government, as the amendment says, ask the government to give us the ability to manage our own affairs, rather than the government making arbitrary decisions which really do so damage our offices. So I urge you all to support this motion. Thank you, Chair.
Chairman, Councillor Collins spoke twice. Can I not answer the criticisms that were made?
If it's very brief, Gerald, please.
The points I would make is Councillor Collins knows absolutely nothing about me. I didn't say that we shouldn't do it at all. I actually mentioned some conditions. So the first thing, he knows nothing about me whatsoever. To say that I don't embrace technology is preposterous. I could comment on what Councillor Billings said, but it'll take a little bit too long. But she's wrong.
Okay, duly noted, Councillor Morris. So I'm in a dilemma now. I've got one speaker that still would like to speak, but we've had a motion to close.
The closure motion.
Yeah, so we go to
have to vote on the closure motion.
Okay, the closing motion. Matthew, can you take us to the vote, please?
I think you're totally undemocratic, because I put my hand up a long, long time ago, and other people have spoken after me.
I was doing in order that I could see.
Well, the only thing that I will say very, very quickly is in support. I am sitting in Weymouth right now, and I am hopefully contributing towards this council meeting, because we are on a Zoom meeting, and that makes it worthwhile.
Wow.
Thank you.
That's appreciated, Councillor Barnard. Matthew, can you take us to the vote, please?
Well, if members wish to vote for, if they could use the blue hand now, please. Yes, that's carried, Chair.
Okay. can you take us to the vote for the as amended by it was accepted, wasn't it,
Yeah.
Councillor Councillor Martin Steers-Hanscom, that Judy Billings' proposal amended is accepted by yourself, and is that indeed by Councillor Albert? Councillor Clark.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, thank you. All right, can you take us to the vote then?
Sure, if members can now use the blue hand to vote for. That is carried, Chair. Has everybody voted? Sorry, this screen was changing. Yeah.
Councillor Tyler, you're muted.
Jackie Weaver's
Sorry,
just been in
I
again.
didn't realise that happened. Maybe I didn't switch it off. Oh well.
The force is not with you.
Yes, it's not with me at all. I was going to say that sorry about the votes. I was just going to say, do we need to check? Was that unanimous, Matthew, or does we need to check abstentions and against?
Oh, sorry. When I was doing it, the screen changed and the blue hands went. I can do that again.
We'll do it again then, please. Yes.
Sorry, members. If you want to vote for, if you could vote now, please. Okay, any against, please now vote. Any abstentions? Okay, that's fine. Thank you, Chair. That's carried. Thank you.
Thank you, Matthew. It's very close to the full house, Martin. All that remains now is for me to say thank you very much for your time and your patience this evening, and for if we have members of the public with us as well, to say thank you for tuning in. And I'm going to close the meeting now at 12:03.
Good night.
And thank you.
Thank you and good night.
Good night.
Good night.